All right, it's 5:30. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Mayor, I was thinking perhaps that we could move Universe Boulevard Drainage Improvement Project up. Because we do have residents here tonight on Zoom and both from the Waterford and Ocean Trace. So I think that if we could move that up after comments.
You want to move that before budget planning?
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
everyone?
If everyone else is okay with that?
That's
Is this
fine.
before the consent agenda as well?
No, I think the consent agenda is basic, so
Okay.
let's just
So just before the budget.
bump
Thank
it in
you.
front of the budget planning.
Is that a consensus?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Anything else? No? Okay. All right, we have the swearing in of new police officer Robert Espinosa.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Before we get started with Robert's swearing in, I'd just like to make a quick few announcements. One person asked me recently, he says, it seems like you swear an awful lot of people in for the size of your department, but the natural, way things go is you lose people and then you have to replace people. So we just had 2 retirements of 2 senior officers. Yesterday was Police Officer John Fleming's last day. John has been with us for 12 years. I actually worked with John in New York. He was a great officer there. He was a great officer here. He was a real asset to Juno Beach, and we're going to miss him. So I wanted to acknowledge John. Also, I don't think a lot of people are aware, but I've just been informed by Major Furtick that he plans on retiring very soon. So Paul's been here 14 years. He started as a police officer, and in 14 years, he went from police officer to major. He's always been one of the #1 assets to the Juno Beach Police Department. A lot of the things that I've done here over the years of changing it for the better, and believe me, it is so much better for the time we've been here, is attributed to some of the work that Major Furtick has done here. He's been always, #1 is to serve the community and to do what's best for the community, public safety, and quality of life. And again, I'd just like to give him a round of applause. He's been a great. I don't think he was planning for me to do that. Sorry, Paul.
He's a little surprised.
Thank you for everything. Now I'd like to introduce our newest member of the police department, Police Officer Robert Espinosa. I'd like to welcome also his wife, Diana, who's here with us today. Diana. Stand right next to him. And I know Robert's got some other guests here, and welcome and thank you for being here. Prior to his arrival in Juno Beach, Robert served 22 years as a law enforcement officer in New Jersey. During Robert's career, he has been assigned as a patrol officer, a training officer, an undercover narcotics officer, a patrol sergeant, a supervisor in charge of communications, a patrol lieutenant, and a lieutenant in charge of a detective squad. So as you can see, he's coming to us with a great wealth of knowledge. And like many of our people that we bring in here, it all turns into better policing for the community. We have a very small community, and it's got to be one of the safest communities anywhere. And the statistics every year come out, we actually go lower. And someday that's not going to be possible because we're getting so low now. It's incredible. But that's all from the diligence of our police officers who come to us, usually a lot of experience. We got a lot of young guys too, who, you need the energy of the young people, but you need the experience of the senior people also. You can't buy that kind of experience. So again, Robert, welcome. And Robert comes with a bachelor's degree from Jersey City College. Yeah, And, Robert's just a total package and he's going to have a great career with us in Juno Beach. So welcome, and we're going to get him sworn in. Robert, congratulations. Are you good? Tom? Do you want to get a picture or are you good? Okay.
May I have you raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution and laws of the state of Florida and the laws and ordinances of the town of Juno Beach and the rules and regulations of the town of Juno Beach and the Juno Beach Police Department, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of police officer of the Juno Beach Police Department to which I have been appointed according to law and to the best of my ability. Congratulations.
With the wife. How about with the wife? His wife. Oh, disappointing. Thought you would be around forever. Hey. So sad.
Okay, we have the council manager milestone recognition, 35 years.
Yes, Mayor, we have the City of Green Acres City Manager, Andrea McHugh here, along with a couple other town managers in the county.
Good evening, Mayor. All right, it's on. We're good? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and Town Manager Dias. My name is Andrea McHugh. I'm the City Manager for the City of Green Acres. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm also the District 4 Director for the Florida City and County Managers Association. Here with me tonight, we have the Manager for the City of Atlantis, Brian Morey, Chuck Huff, who is the Village Manager for North Palm Beach, Tracy Stevens, the Town Manager for the Town of Haverhill, Carolyn Stone, the Deputy Manager for the Town of Palm Beach, and also Lori Laveria, who is the Deputy Manager for the City of Palm Beach Gardens. Lori is also the immediate past president for the Florida City, County, and Managers Association as well. On behalf of our Board of Directors and our 600+ members, we're honored to be able to present this certificate of recognition to you this evening. Congratulations on the 35th anniversary of your town's recognition of its operation under a council manager form of government by the International City County Management Association. Understanding that the town was incorporated in June 1953 and may have been a council manager form of government since incorporation, this recognition from ICMA is based on when application was submitted to ICMA to become recognized. This important milestone must surely be celebrated and is one that we as professional managers are very grateful for. The council manager and/or commission manager forms of city and county government were created to help separate administration from direct political influence and establish merit-based practices within local government. It is modeled after a corporation's framework, with voters selecting a council or commission who in turn appoints a manager to advise the council and implement its policies and actions. Thank you for recognizing the importance of professional management. Town Manager Dias is a consummate professional and reflection of what great city management leadership looks like, and he is well respected amongst his colleagues. Again, on behalf of FCCMA and all of its members, congratulations on this milestone recognition. Thank you.
Oh,
I just want to say thank you to all the managers and deputy managers that came out this evening. This is wonderful. And thank you for the recognition. I think it's great. We appreciate it.
We can get a picture.
oh,
Do a picture?
down there.
Yeah.
All of us. Do you want me to come? Okay, thank you.
Got a scrunchie. Get in there, Jack. Yeah. Will do.
Okay. So.
But thank you. Appreciate it.
It's up, down, go. And excellent, my citizen last week.
All right. Okay, we have the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics Annual Update.
Hi, good evening. My name is Gina Levesque, and I am the Intake and Compliance Manager for the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics, and it seems I just cleared the room. I'm here to talk to you today about the Commission on Ethics and our goal to enhance public's trust in government. In 2010, the commission was established as a result of a grand jury hearing in 2009. We were created to provide oversight, transparency, and accountability for the over 12,000 county employees, public employees, elected officials, and advisory board members. We also have jurisdiction over lobbyists, principals and employers of lobbyists, as well as vendors. Our commission is independent of any county or municipal government. While we are a county department, our commission is absolutely independent of any of those other players. Our commission is made up of 5 members of the community who are appointed by independent groups from throughout the county. As you're aware, all county government and municipalities in the county are subject to the ethics ordinances. The Code of Ethics is a 13-page document that creates a backstop to enhance public trust by ensuring that public officials and employees conduct themselves independently and impartially and do not use their offices for private gain. The key to successful ethics program is education and prevention. Ongoing training, advisory opinions, and the establishment of a culture of ethics is our goal. The ethics programs are simply designed to further the public's trust in government. The availability of our staff to train, to provide live training, or to answer questions through our advisory opinions may prevent ethical misconduct from becoming criminal misconduct. To date, we have 523 advisory opinions on our database that are searchable by keyword or by number. While the commission has statutory authority as a quasi judicial board to issue letters of reprimand, letters of instruction, and even fines of up to $500 per violation, our goal is to educate those under our jurisdiction to prevent violations before they occur. As I indicated, all of our advisory opinions are on our database. However, all of our gift forms, voting conflict forms, and outside employment forms, as well as all of our complaints, are also on our database and searchable. In closing, thank you all for the great work that you do for your town and your municipality. In doing so, please remember your solemn duty to consider the ethics of your actions. Please ask first and act later. If you wish to reach us, we're available. I answer the phones, so I can attest I answer at nights and on weekends, unfortunately. Or you can visit our website at palmbeachcountyethics.com. Does anyone have any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're changing things up here a little bit and we will have comments from the council. Does anyone wish to start us off?
I'll
Edie?
start.
Right,
Yes.
Ann, go ahead.
I'd just like to start by thanking David for his work with us thus far. It's going on, I guess it's just about 2 months. And I appreciate so much the technological aspects of what you're doing for us. One of the items on tonight's consent agenda is to approve software with Civic Plus, our website provider, and that will include having agenda items and the backup material on the website for the first time ever. And that's monumental. So our residents, nobody has to search for agenda item backup anymore, right? And just these enhancements, I think you'll see some good changes here, and I certainly appreciate what you're doing so far. So I just want to say thanks.
Thank you.
The other items, Ocean Ridge Way, I had a conversation with residents there and they would like to meet with staff to see the proposal on the easement language before it's brought to council. And I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if that's a consensus thing or a courtesy thing. I don't know how that works. So I said I would ask on their behalf.
At staff level, we had talked about meeting with them ahead of time, David, correct?
Yeah, because we were discussing some expenses that might have to be
Right,
covered.
because they're actually gonna have to deed us the right of way, and there's gonna be some expenses associated with that, survey costs, et cetera. So we were likely going to meet with them.
Okay, so you'll reach out by email or somehow to the stakeholders there.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. The other item is grants. It's been a while, I think, since we've had a grant presentation. I'm not certain of what grants we're applying for or those that are in progress. And I guess I would like to get council consensus to have a presentation from our grant consultant, RMPK, and walk us through their process, how they choose the grants that they're going to apply for on our behalf. And it's just a presentation I'd like to see from that consultant. And
I don't know what they do as far as like presentations, or it's a one-man show there. You guys approve every grant that we apply for. So it's not like they're out like willy-nilly trying to find grants. If you guys say find grants for whatever, Kagan Park or whatever, they go out and look what grants availability that we might be successful in. And then those are brought to you for.
see,
approval for us
I
to
thought
apply.
that they were doing some of that work on their side as well. Is that not true, Andrea? Okay, she's shaking her head. I guess I'd like more information on grants. I'm not clear on what we have in the hopper. So for instance, I was speaking with somebody at Senator Harrell's office, and there was a cybersecurity grant that we could have applied for, but we didn't, and we missed the closing of that grant session. Now that's something we would need to have consensus and discussion on, but I wasn't aware there was a cybersecurity grant we could apply for. She said, okay, try next year, and there might be other grants. So for instance, I want to be more aware of what's coming up and what we could potentially apply for. So if there's another mechanism for that, I'm open to ideas.
Okay, I mean, there's a plethora of grants. Normally you have the need first and then you seek the grant. And then once the grants are discovered that will fulfill the need, they come to council for approval for us to proceed with filing or applying for those grants. The cybersecurity one you're talking about was gobbled up within the first 2 days.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
Anyway, I guess I would like a broader overview of funding that's available, and maybe it's a council discussion. Maybe it becomes a discussion item on what grant types of grants we would like to seek as a town.
Do you want us to, so Didi, remember when we actually had asked for the grants that were available, grants that we'd applied for and grants that we've received, and we were getting a list on that. So
I haven't gotten that.
it has
list.
been a while, right? But that was something that was requested some time ago. And so we just haven't received any updates on that. But that's something that would be beneficial.
Well,
I
yeah,
think for us
you
to be
could send
getting.
that out again, but I would still like to have a broader idea of grants that are available. Maybe we don't know what we don't know, and there could be other categories we're just not exploring that maybe we should.
No, there's coastal grants, there's quite a few
That
grants, and it's something that.
A
you
lot
know,
of them
kind
in
an
all different
oversight, yeah.
categories. Yeah.
So if I may, RMPK sends us out a list of grants twice a year. There's obviously opening and closing dates for these grants. They send us out that list and that's forwarded to council. I haven't gotten anything recently. I'd have to go back and look at the emails, but you have everything that is current at this point. As David mentioned, we have a project or a need, and then we would solicit for a grant. Sometimes I think it's misunderstood. You don't put the cart before the horse, but if there's a cyber need, there's certainly the opportunity to look for grants for cybersecurity. But at this point, I am not aware of any.
Okay, thanks. That was just an example. All right. So I guess do we need any action on that? Or is council?
I
it.
believe we can just await the next list. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
And
Also regarding the new beach access that we acquired from the county, access 16, it needs a new number. So I don't know if we want to, if that's a consensus thing or a motion thing, do we want to call it A? Do we want to rename it so it's not under the county's numerical beach access system?
Off the top of your head, what's the number spread between there and there?
7 is down by
It's right
Kagan
there.
Park, and 1 goes north. So we don't have anything before 1. Can't call it 0.
Good.
yeah, we could.
Call it
We
0.
could call it 0, right?
That just doesn't sound so good, does it?
How about 1/2?
I like 8, 1A.
0.5.
We could call it 1A.
Yeah, 1A,
1A.
1A. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Yeah.
Are
That's,
there any
that should be
legal
fine.
requirements on how we?
I think we have to coordinate with the fire rescue as well, so that they're notified of the change, and the police department.
Okay.
Is that something that needs a vote on what we'll call that access?
Just the council.
It
prefers
sounds like
1A,
it would
maybe.
have to be done
It would
anyway,
be-
right?
it's-
Or no?
It's listed under Palm Beach County, but I don't think it's a requirement to change. Yeah, we would do it, but it's just not a requirement.
It's just that
Okay.
the county maintains a map of their beach access system, and I think we need to differentiate from their numbers, because that's, for whatever reason, I don't know why theirs starts at 16, but then it goes all the way up to Jupiter, up to, about 59 or so.
I mean, I'm fine with us renumbering it, whatever's necessary.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let us,
Caitlin. Yeah.
Want to research that?
I was gonna say, if you want to direct staff, we can look at renumbering them all so that they go in order, look and see what the process of that would be. Or look into options.
I don't know. That seems overly complicated, though, because then there were things in the history already that are very specific to those, and then we'll have to figure out what it was before and now what it is,
What about DR1?
yeah, it's called that.
Just something to,
like Donald Ross one.
yeah, Donald Ross 1.
Is that,
Well, I think it's best that you
Yeah,
start the
research.
research on it and find out what it is. Yeah, find out what we have to do there.
Yeah,
But that's, yeah.
evaluate.
okay.
Thanks.
It's okay.
Also,
Thank you.
also, thank you. At that beach access, we'll call it 16 for now. Again, I spoke with the Moby Mat company. I understand that the grade of that walkway is too steep for it to be, truly ADA accessible. But I was thinking of getting council consensus to put a Moby Mat, which is a rubber mat that would go down from the sidewalk level up to where it meets the current decking. It'll help hold the ground together because it's prone to erosion. It's better, sort of safer than pavers, which move around on that kind of surface. And pavers have a lot of maintenance associated with them, because people with carts and strollers need some solid ground. And the Moby Mat price that I got was $3,730 for a 72 long by 5 foot wide mat.
What was the plan there now that we're repairing it?
We took it out and now, so it's kind of hardened sand right now. What was underneath that was pretty hard sand. Steve's gonna,
It keeps washing out, I think.
It does, but that was my plan. Because I think it's gonna self-level itself over time. As the rain comes and I keep adding sand, it's eventually just gonna keep going into a self-leveling stage. But we're also getting a concrete estimate. So if my plan is totally wrong, we could look at putting some type of concrete down there to get them to the stairs. It's probably not the best place for a Moby mat because as soon as you get to those stairs.
Well, no,
you're done.
it wouldn't be for wheelchairs, but for general access, just a solid surface more than, it just so happens that those mats are multifunctional. So I wouldn't advertise it as wheelchair accessible because of the grade, but just for usefulness.
I used them at when I was at the town of St. Pete Beach, Florida, up in Tampa and St. Pete area. It was nice there because we had a structure that was like a cafe type thing, and I had beach wheelchairs there, and they could come and get them. And I should send you what, because you have a lot of ADA accessibility stuff in this area. Loggerhead, if you go to any lifeguard station, they will give you a beach access wheelchair. And there's several places where within our community, you can already have access if you're ADA and need some accessibilities, but.
So is concrete, you don't think that that's sort of what I saw happening over the years that led to those pavers being trenched on both sides, because as it rained,
Yeah.
the rain was shooting down the sides, which left the pavers elevated and caused them to start cracking off. So I'm just wondering with cement, we'll need to obviously do it so that those trenches don't form again.
What we're doing now is I think it's gonna self-level. I added sand and rock today. The deputy director went out and added that in today. And you can see when we first pulled the pavers out, there was that little step to get to the walkover. If you notice, Mother Nature just said, okay, I'm gonna take care of that. I'm gonna self-level it. I'm gonna take care of it. I would rather leave it as natural as I possibly can before I think about putting concrete. I definitely won't put bricks back there. But concrete is an option. In fact, I got an estimate today to put concrete in there. I'm just not ready to bring it forth to the town manager or you to say, let's put concrete in there until I see what happens. Because it looks really nice. Have you guys been out there and just
Yes.
looked at? I mean, it's very natural. It's very nice. We've maintained it well over the years. You got that nice canopy over the top of it. So just to pour concrete, that's kind of gonna be.
That's
our
why I
last
thought the
resort,
mat
I
would be
think.
good because you could always just roll it up and, move it and shake it out or whatever. And it's fluid. Once you put concrete down, you're stuck.
Yeah, that's true. But again, when I was at St. Pete Beach, those are more meant for nice level beaches where you had a lifeguard station or a cafe where they could just a straight roll.
Well, it depends. All right, we can talk about it again. I don't want to argue it.
No, I'm just giving you my opinion.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Okay. Any,
I just wanted to know, can I address Kagan Park right now, or do we wait until it comes on the consent agenda?
well, let me ask you
I
this.
think so.
Are you going to go in depth on it? Because if you're just going to say like a quick comment, no problem. But I think if it's something we're going to start really discussing it, probably wait until the
Well,
agenda item.
I would just like to look for a consensus to have a committee created for Kagan Park, to
I,
make a formal plan and an agenda to move forward.
I support that. I think we should do it on the agenda item though.
Okay. And the second thing I wanted to bring forward is personal and not personal. It is personal because it was a letter from the Brigadoon that I did not right, but it was written by our HOA president. And she said the condominiums are right now in a very difficult position. We have a hard time getting insurance, and the insurance companies tell us to do certain things that is very costly. For example, in the Brigadoon, we have to redo the electrical and the membranes above the garage. This is over $2 million. Now, the town requires a permit fee of 3%, which in this case is another $62,000. This is on top of the assessment that all the homeowners get. So the HOA president did some research, and in Martin County, the permit fees were as low as 0.7, which is less than a fourth of 3%. So there is a discrepancy, and I would like, I don't know, you, David, or the permit department, look into it, because there should be some alleviation for these cases. Because by doing that, we do not improve the value of our property. We just do it because we need the insurance.
Yeah, so we got the email and I've spoken with Frank about it in P&Z, and so he is evaluating the permit structure. And we'll be talking about it more and probably bringing back some type of alteration to you.
Was the permit fee raised?
It's been 3% since 2021, when you guys, it was adopted in 2021.
Okay, thank you.
I think this is over there.
Can we hit up Coretta before we change it? Just a comment. Go ahead, Mary Ann.
There is.
You still going?
I'm not going.
You good? Okay.
I'm done.
Okay, I just want to start with the crosswalks. I'd like to ask for consensus from council to add to council's agenda review of the additional crosswalks that we might be able to put on Ocean Drive and anywhere else in town that it might be warranted, and, you know, kind of do a quick overview of that, and maybe have staff give us some indication of where they think it would be best to put these crosswalks.
On that one, my understanding from the county is that they don't put a crosswalk unless there's a sidewalk on both sides.
Correct.
Because they want to lead you from somewhere to somewhere. So that's their rationale.
But
Which
then
I
it
guess,
includes-
should we be asking the county to put sidewalks on the west side of A1A Ocean Drive when they do the resurfacing so that we can put in more crosswalks?
It's my understanding that's already been evaluated, and there's a lot of areas in there you can't do it, either because of where the drainage swell is going to go or because of the elevation grade, without doing some kind of a more expensive stem wall situation down by Ocean Drive and stuff. That's already a pre-planned sidewalk that's funded to go in down there. So that'll create the dual-sided sidewalk.
So
both
that's
sides.
the thing that I see as the hindrance to getting more crosswalks,
Well,
is the lack of sidewalks.
Are
We
some-
do have sidewalks already in quite a few places
Right, and
on
so
both sides.
I think at this
Yeah.
stage, knowing that they don't require flashing lights, that would have been something that I would have had a hard time with, is having flashing lights all up and down Ocean Drive. But now that we know that they don't necessarily require those, I think it's the time to look into it if they have sidewalks on both sides, because that did come up before where we could not put crosswalks in without sidewalks. So just evaluating perhaps the areas that do have the sidewalks, and if it makes sense to put crosswalks in.
And I imagine we'd be waiting until after the repaving. We're not going to put crosswalks in and
Correct.
pave over.
Yeah.
I would say crosswalks wherever there is a beach access, because it's, would be very convenient for the people who go to the beach to cross the street at a crosswalk.
When is the repaving?
The last I heard, they were going to go out to bid in November.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
If we could get a consensus, we can just bring that back at some other meeting.
Didn't we decide to wait until we were talking about the sidewalks at Atlantic, or?
But we were going to wait on Ocean One until we saw that
Right.
crosswalk, but that was a flashing light. And so now that we
Right.
know that we don't have to put the flashing lights in, I think if we start looking at it, we don't have to actually act on it now, but just having an overview of where we could put them in and start analyzing that, I think would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on board.
Staff will evaluate locations and bring it back to you.
Okay.
All right, the next one is the FPL Secure Pilot Program, and I know that we're 15, 20 years out on that, but if I could get a consensus for David to put together a letter from council that requests that FPL maybe look at moving the town of Juno Beach up on that list, that would be almost a $20,000 gift to our town because it does take care of the laterals behind the homes. And the fact is that we are on the coast, and if we get devastated by a hurricane, it could wipe, a lot of our electric out. And I think it warrants, at least having a letter in saying that, hopefully hoping that FPL could push us to the forefront a little bit or push us up the list a little bit so that we're not 15, 20 years out. Whatever we could do in that regard. And at least if they have the letter, they have something from the council. That does kind of go hand in hand with that, doesn't it?
How much
Negotiating.
money are we talking about?
Are you talking about undergrounding?
To underground the lateral. So there's a secure pilot program, storm pilot program that would bury those at the expense of FPL if they put us on the program earlier. Now they do this to other municipalities, but the hope is that they can move us up and that would be taken care of by FPL. And
How
would not
much
be,
is it?
it's $19 million. So I'm just looking for a letter to go out to FPL from the council. So
They were pretty firm and vague about we could write a letter, but based on what they said when they did the presentation, it really does seem that they're going to the counties in need or the towns in need, the people who have had hurricane damage already. We can do it. I'm not opposed to doing it. I just think that it's not going to happen.
yeah, it doesn't
Sending a
hurt to have
letter
it.
doesn't hurt,
Yes,
but
I think it's worth giving it a whirl, see what
We can
happens.
have it.
yeah,
have it
sending a
on-
letter.
Is that a unanimous consensus? I have 4.
Yes.
Yes.
Would this be
Thank
a
you.
mayor, manager, or all council signed letter?
Yes.
Which,
You do all of the above.
Oh.
Whatever you think would be the strongest.
And then the last one, I did have Kagan Park landscape design on here. At the last workshop for Kagan Park, I discussed moving forward with upgrading the east side of Kagan Park as well as landscaping the whole of Kagan Park. And so we can talk about this later. I was going to get council permission to look at some ideas and options and discuss this at a council meeting, but we can leave that go until we talk about what you'd like to talk about, Mary Ann, as well. The next one is if we could get a proclamation for Veterans Day, I think that would be great in the month of November, and see if we can get a consensus for that, and that is held that proclamation is for November of every year.
Aren't we doing already?
I don't know.
Usually those proclamations come in from
We usually get
organizations that are
requests.
seeking
Yeah.
for, support for a particular proclamation. So we receive them and we adopt them that's how I think
But I
we
think
did
you
it
can
last year.
place them on as well, correct, Caitlin?
So somebody would have to draft a proclamation.
Right.
Wouldn't that be an ordinance of the town in a way, declaring that we're having Veterans Day celebration every year? Or is that?
It doesn't need to be an ordinance. It just
It's an event. It's actually
an
on your event
event,
list,
that's
I
right.
believe.
Council.
And as far as proclamations, if the council wishes a proclamation, we'll write a proclamation and put it on the agenda for when it comes time.
I have 1 in favor. Is that a consensus?
I mean, sure, I thought we already did stuff for Veterans Day, but I'm not against a proclamation.
3.
Sure, we can do a
Sure.
proclamation.
Okay, thank
And
you.
th- And then.
Does that mean, because, we also do the September 11th ceremony. We could do a proclamation for that if we're doing proclamations for remembrance, right?
We might have in the past. I'll have to check.
Go ahead.
And then the last one is on the additional adjoining property protections. That was passed last time by consensus at the meeting. But I did not include the construction site management for residential neighbor sheet. And I think everyone should have received this, hopefully, on their desk. But this just goes into more detail for construction screening, mandating that temporary power, so generators are not used to supply power, and add construction noise, maintenance and location of the toilet facilities, extra protection for dust and debris. So it's just the basic.
I don't have that. What is that for?
I
Okay.
don't have it either.
All right, so then I can How can we handle this? Can we actually make a copy of this and I can ask for the consensus later? Because it is already on the agenda for planning and zoning. Okay, thank you.
And
We
what is
can
it?
come back to that. You can.
Is
can
it
take a look at it.
or what is it pertinent to?
It's just additional information that would work with the construction site protections for erosion that we talked about at the last meeting. So
And do we need a consensus? I mean, is that,
you want to see it first? If you want to
Yeah.
see it. You
Is that
can.
an agenda item for P and Z?
does staff need to approve it?
They've already seen it. I did send it on thinking we could just add it, but wanted to get council approval. So we'll wait on it until you see it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so I'm not sure to
Absolutely.
say anything.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay. I don't have anything major at this moment. I want to cover one or two things real quick. July meeting. Is anybody else going to be out? I am not going to be here, but I will zoom in and I will make sure I'm available. I just want to find out that we are going to have a quorum because I do believe we should have the meeting.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Everyone else?
I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure we were good there. Outside of that, want to wish everyone a happy 4th of July. And if you want to come out and see some poor person get beamed by a baseball, I'm throwing the first pitch and I've never done that in my entire life. So that should be interesting. That's July 3rd. And the Juno Beach Civic Association is having their pancake breakfast on the morning of the 4th at 9 a.m. And I believe that's all we got. Oh, we're doing the Juno Beach is part of the fireworks at the baseball stadium. So please come by. It's 6 p.m. on Monday night. And with that, we are on to,
One more thing.
yes.
Can I? Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to wish everyone a happy and safe 4th of July as well. And one other quick thing. Should we move, if we're going to be doing this regularly, I really believe that we should have manager and staff comments as well in the
Okay.
beginning of the meeting. And we should be at the end. I think this is important for sure, but at the end of the day, we're not, whatever we say isn't going to be acted upon at the meeting because we have to come to a consensus for the next meeting. But whatever staff brings up to us or the manager would bring up to us, we would have to answer. And I don't want it to be something like what happened with, a number of times where we have to make a quick decision because we're running against the clock.
I support that. I think you're right. I think you're right on. I think we should is everybody comfortable with the comments in the beginning?
I would prefer them at the end because something might come up, from the agenda that we want to say at the end, and now we're not going to be able to until next month. I would have our comments at the end again, because we can't act on it. It has to go through the manager and the correct process. So I would prefer our comments at the end and staff and manager comments in the beginning.
I think I agree with you, Elaine, because, we've got people waiting for agenda items here and they have to listen to us go through everything that we'd like to add to the agenda. So I don't mind moving it back to the end and having managers at the beginning.
So the idea
I
would be
wouldn't,
to swap.
I wouldn't mind either, but I would like to make sure that at 9:15, we just break wherever we are and say, now it's time for comments. Because I'm afraid if we don't do it, we will not get the chance to make a comment.
I understand.
So I think, I don't think 9:30 for comments from council staff, law, attorney, etc., would be enough.
Well, Marianne, I think the idea here is to swap it. So we are at the end, but staff, manager, et cetera, would be at the front. Correct, Elaine? That's what we want to do?
Correct. Yes.
So
Okay.
in other words,
Do it 9:30.
so in other words, our comments would now be at the end, but the staff and manager comments and attorney comments would be at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah, but I would like to make sure that there is time.
I understand, but I think we won't have them coming in, so I think it will be plausible. I think 9:30 would work.
Yes,
We can do it.
I would be happy with
9:30
this.
hits, we're on, okay?
okay.
Are we all on board with that?
I'm open to either. I'm fine with either method as long as it's efficient. So I'm open.
I kind of like
Yeah.
the idea of having the staff and town manager in the beginning.
Okay, that's fine with me.
I'm with it.
Okay. I'll approve whatever
Everyone's good?
Everyone is good
Okay.
with.
All right, I think we have consensus. Thank you, Elaine. Now we are on to public comment.
Yes, Mayor. Ann DeSouza, 1809 Ocala Road, North Palm Beach. Regarding the Osceola right-of-way in Pleasant Ridge, we were promised would remain a park for our neighborhood and our neighboring communities. The words of a representative from LifeSpace Waterford said, "You will be very happy with the plans we have to show you." I'm still waiting for that happy, as every day that I pass the now fenced area that used to be full of trees, our benches, woodpeckers in the trees, our little free library that was part of our park, and a safe place for the neighborhood kids to play without having to cross a busy highway on Ellis and Wilson is not happy for me or our neighborhood. We would appreciate that promise of the open space for our neighborhood to be honored by the Waterford and also the town of Juno Beach. We do not want fancy fountains and pesticides and fertilizers. We want a safe, peaceful place for our community to enjoy for the perpetual use of the public. Thank you. I also have Nancy Wolf on Zoom for a public comment. Give me just a moment. Nancy, your 3 minutes for public comment starts now.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to share some thoughts and a comment, I guess, on the Kagan Park vision that the town doesn't really have. And I know many residents and some people in the room are working at developing one. I'll share a story. I'm in Connecticut right now on personal business, and I attended a luncheon a couple of days ago where a young man who has a wife and 2 young children and a thriving business is considering moving to the Juneau Jupiter area. His father has moved here and also other family members. And so he was asking me about Juneau Jupiter, Palm Beach Gardens, and he was commenting on the beautiful state of the parks in Jupiter and in DeQuesta. And I said, well, hey, Juneau Beach, has parks. We're a little town, but we have a park. He has young children. We have Kagan. And he stopped me right there. And this is in the Stanwich Road in Greenwich, Connecticut, over 1,000 miles away. And this young man knew by having visited Kagan Park that the slide was upside down, that it was rusted, and he found it too dangerous to allow his children to play and left. Not a good look for Juneau Beach. Hard, impossible really to understand how a town that's so full of residents who care so much about their town and who have plenty of money in the bank, have allowed this to get this far. And so my question is, where is the vision? And 2, why is it that we always seem to be letting the tail wag the dog in that we go out and we look for funding from grants or other sources instead of having our own vision and coming up with ways to fund, whether that's tax revenues, in some cases where grant money might be applicable, public-private partnerships, and why don't we explore any of these options? And so our infrastructure, not just Universe Boulevard, I'm not in the room, but I understand that there's quite a crowd there tonight to talk about that. And Kagan Park are defunct, are literally caving in, rusted, and embarrassing. I can't understand why we allow this to happen. And I don't think that we should be so reliant on outside monies. If we can use them, fine, but that's what's defining the vision for Juneau Beach as opposed to the people that we've elected. And I'd like to see that change. And I'd like to move forward with a plan for Kagan Park that is inclusive, safe, and friendly for our children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Charles Hollings.
Charles Hollings, Vice President, Pleasant Ridge Property Owners Association, 1679 Pleasant Drive. Good evening, Council. I trust that you're all well this evening. I'll begin where I started last time. When is it acceptable for public property to be given away to a private out-of-state corporation when it's being used and enjoyed by dozens of local residents? Of course, I'm referring to Osceola Road north of Pleasant Drive. The answer is, it's never acceptable. But that's what happened at the expense of all Palm Beach County taxpayers. And Juneau Beach didn't just passively aid and abet, it actually participated in this heinous land grab. Public land given away at zero cost. Juno Beach walked in lockstep with the Waterford every inch of the way. Through the illegitimate annexation and the illicit abandonment, Juno Beach was a co-conspirator in this theft. The fact that an April 24th letter from attorney Shea Ozeri addressed to town attorney Len Rubin was responded to by Waterford attorney James Gavigan only serves to highlight the blurred line that now appears to separate Waterford from the Juno Beach Town Council. In spite of claiming that this is no longer a town concern, Juno Beach is up to its neck in this issue and cannot deny involvement. So please, figure it out. Please don't tell us what you can't do, just figure it out. Figure out how we're going to regain access to our park, period. As always, it's been a pleasure speaking with you this evening, and please do not underestimate the power of public opinion. Thank you for listening. See you next month.
Nancy Lodis.
Good evening. Nancy Lodis, Pleasant Ridge Property Owners Association President. As stakeholders, Pleasant Ridge has, we appreciate the opportunity to speak here on public comments. I hope that you were listening and understanding the perspective of Pleasant Ridge residents. I have fielded many comments from the residents and neighbors about Osceola Road right-of-way. Only Peggy was here at the initial vote of first annexation. We were shown fancy renderings of a park. They stated they were going to be in a park, not just to PRPOA. It was for the neighborhood. And at that point, also in the hearing, the second reading, I supplied to you like 1,000 signatures of not just Pleasant Ridge residents. We have Ocean Trace residents, Bay Colony. Many people were using that park and enjoying the benches that were there for 20 years, the little free library, so on and so forth. So, the Waterford's claims of being a good neighbor, by and large, seem and feel very disingenuous to Pleasant Ridge residents. As Charlie said, the property that we're talking about, the subject land that was abandoned in a controversial manner with the Palm Beach County attorney making an opinion letter. Okay. It was scheduled to go before the BCC. And at the BCC, there would have been a fee of $40,000 more or less, if my memory serves me. And my memory is pretty good. I've been doing this 20 years. Further, when it was abandoned by resolution, which at that point, Mayor Halpin, you were under the false impression that, and stated in your newsletter, the Waterford bought Osceola Road right of way. This misinformation does a disservice to everyone. Anyways, that parcel of land is valued at well over $200,000. It's given to the Waterford they needed for their site plan for open space. The best solution, and we've offered 3 valid solutions. Okay, the county to take it over as a park, no, that a land trust, insurance would be minimal, or Juno Beach, take it over. But the best solution is it's depicted on the site plan that you voted for as open space. Leave it as open space. Do not give an amendment to close it off. The Waterford has benefited in many ways. The town, I've been coming 20 years. I understand not just this project, but the many projects.
Nancy,
before
you got
this.
30 seconds.
And thank you. So, in 2008, we supported whatever is good for the Waterford residents, we agree with, as long as it doesn't have a negative impact on Pleasant Ridge. The closing off of that park has a very big impact And again, I appreciate any actions that you will take to find a resolution for this situation.
Thank you, Nancy.
Jacob Rosengarten.
Hi, Council. I just had one process question really about Universe. I know that's a topic later on. But my question is, there was one bid submitted, one proposal submitted for $3 million, only one. I find that puzzling, and I realize that we may have met the legal consideration that we published something and people responded, but I have to say, as a member, as council, this is a $3 million project. A 5% movement either way is $150,000. It's incredibly material to our budget. And I'm wondering, did we really beat the bushes hard enough? I mean, I realize maybe only one person responded or one company. Have we reached out? Because I could tell you in the real world, in the corporate world, if you went to your boss and said, I only got one bid, $3 million, please pay, he'd say, you're crazy. That isn't enough. And frankly, as fiduciaries, you are fiduciaries and trustees of public funds. I think you have an obligation to say, I realize you follow the law, the rules, but the law isn't sufficient. I view the law as a minimum standard, because if it isn't legal, it's illegal. So that's not the standard. So there are some times where we should be aiming higher than the minimum requirement. I would argue this is one of them. It's a budget. I sorry for raising it now, but at the time it was behind the budget topic. I think it's very germane to the budget. Thank you.
Cynthia Frazier.
Council members. My name is Cynthia Frazier and I reside on Floral Drive in Juno Beach. I have been following the course of events on the development of the Christmas tree lot and would like to voice my concerns. This is a letter that I submitted to the council. I'd also just like to reread it so the citizens can hear this as well. Looking at the current proposal, which the developer has increased the number of units from the previous 6 to now 7, gives alarm for the high density of the area. I am concerned about the flood issues and would like to know if a flood plan analysis and DEP is going to be performed. This large development will have a direct flooding impact, not only in the adjoining neighborhood, but to the preserve as well. Once again, I'm concerned, as I know you are too, of the visual impact this development will have on our town. We have in previous meetings referred to the approach to Juno Beach from Donald Ross as the gateway to Juno Beach. Looking at this current development, I do not get a sense of luxury residences, but rather I see cookie cutter townhouses in direct opposition to Coretta, which is being developed right across the street. I do not feel this is the gateway to Juno Beach we are looking to achieve. And how appealing is it to have 2 sets of condo developments entering Juno Beach? Additionally, the safety issue is foremost on everyone's agenda. There has been an ongoing issue with the traffic at the intersection of Donald Ross and US 1. With the Coretta development and now this development will only increase safety issues exponentially. I look to the council members to preserve and look closely at the future and safety of our town, as this explosion of development will alter the trajectory of this beautiful town in an adverse way. That was the letter that I submitted to the council members. Since I submitted that letter, I've had additional thoughts as to how we could approach the aesthetics I think we are all looking to achieve. We all know something would be happening to this lot eventually. And the reason we are here is to keep Juneau the beachy town that it always has been. We are losing that feel faster and faster, but we must move with the times. So let's make it as real to Juneau as we can. Let's keep the integrity of Juneau Beach alive. I've taken some photos on Donald Ross heading up to US 1. We have the Christmas tree lot here. I'm suggesting maybe we plant all of these trees and vegetation along that open space there to make it secluded and even private little
Cynthia, I
enclave.
can give you 30 seconds.
Thank you. So those are the photos. Additionally, to continue some continuity in the area, a structure like Ocean One would have a level of luxury to the Christmas tree lot. This development should, of course, be aesthetically pleasing, but please let's not forget our environment. Thank you.
Red Dunn.
Hello, Red Dunn, Sunset Way. I just want to say that I support the idea of a formal citizens group to move forward with the parks and recreation and or parks and beautification for the town. I think that by making it formal, and that would mean working directly with the town staff, making it more official, and it's just another set of eyes. So again, as we move forward with I'm here because of Kagan Park, but it's a little bit more than that. It's the idea of having something more structured with regards to a citizens group. Thank you.
Bianca Cook.
Hi, Bianca Cook, 400 Seaside Lane. I also wanted to make a comment on the Kagan Park meeting that we had last night. It was a resident-led meeting. I wanted to thank the staff for facilitating and all the residents that showed up. I mean, I consider it to be a real success. We had 30 plus people and residents really coming out to share their vision and really talk about, what they wanted to see for Kagan Park. And, we heard from two amazing companies that, make very safe, green equipment, and they explained their process. And I really would like to be able to bring them in front of council, and have have another company. I know the Compan is working on the adult equipment, so I think that we can look at other companies as well. With that in mind, like I said, we were really excited to get 30 plus people at this meeting, and it's really showing that the residents want to be a part of something. They want to share their vision, and so with that in mind, I wanted to request to put together a resident-based committee to work with the staff. And I think that our new town manager has been very supportive and said that he would work with us, and so I just wanted to make that point.
Other comments received or for other items on the agenda?
All right, on the consent agenda, before we just move on that, are we doing each of these independently, 4 through 8? Or, because 8 is the software, right? Do we have to do anything different there, or we just accept the whole item?
You accept the whole, all consent at one
Yeah.
time.
We can
like
accept
normally
the consent all at once.
Okay, okay.
Unless someone wants to pull them.
Unless
there-
anybody wants to raise anything?
There, I do have an amendment to item number 8, which is in the agenda item. It says that we'd be taking the funding from contingency and we'll actually be taking it from impact fees. Just a location of where the funding's coming from.
Okay, okay.
Make
Any-
a motion to accept the consent agenda
As
Okay.
amended.
As
as amended.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Hi.
Aye.
Aye.
Marianne, are you in favor? Aye or nay?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, so we moved Universe Boulevard to item number 9. So that is where we are now.
Thank you, council. Good evening, Mayor, council. We put the Universe Boulevard Drainage Improvement Project out for bid. We received one contractor that submitted a formal proposal. Council has received that and been able to hopefully review the proposal. It is a range from 2.5 million to 2.7 million. The reason for that the range is because we don't know what will take place once the contractor gets out into the field. Some of the alternate items that we were trying to account for are the 6 lateral sleeves that go across Universe Boulevard. Our engineer tried to design it or proposed to design it in a way where we insert a sleeve and then grout it, instead of having to open cut. But with the continued failures of the pipe, we're not sure that we're going to be able to do that. So there's 2 options there. We'll know better once we start the project. With that being said, I did speak with other municipalities that have similar projects. Most of the other projects were septic to sewer. It is not uncommon to have one proposer that takes place. Of course, you want to have as many contractors, qualified contractors as possible to give you an idea of what the project price comes in at. But this was right in line with our engineer's proposal for the overall project. Our engineer had estimated it to be about 2.6. We landed right around that with the range that we have from CK Contractors. In addition to asking council's consideration to approve the contract with CK, there's a number of options in how we want to move forward in funding that. I believe that the town manager has discussed those options in depth for the benefit of those that are here. In 2013, the town council had identified the stakeholders and percentages according to landmass that they would be responsible for this drainage project. We have been operating that way with the emergency repairs that have taken place over the last 10 years. But at this point, council has the option to take the money from the fund balance, use 1 cent surtax, or any combination thereof, including establishing the stakeholders as participants in that funding as well. So I'm open to answering any questions and look to the council for direction.
I think I'd first like to just make a motion that the stakeholders should not be responsible for the Universe Boulevard Drainage Improvement Project and just leave that on the table right now. Before we get into the money end of it.
I agree.
I would second that.
I agree.
I think we're all in favor of that.
Aye.
I'm going to conduct a roll call. Vice Mayor Pro Tem Hosta,
I'm in favor of it.
Vice Mayor Wheeler.
Aye.
Mayor Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Kotrunakis,
Aye.
Councilmember Halpern.
Aye.
Thank you.
Do we need to vote on the method that the town will pay? That's the next.
Yes, now we need to decide
Discussion.
on where we're going with this now.
Also, I have lots of public comments for this item.
Oh, yeah, let's open the door to public comment first.
Thank you. William Harvey, 801 Uno Lago Drive. Dear Mayor Cook, I write on behalf of 96 members of the Uno Lago Villas Property Owners Association to request that the town council not charge the cost of repairs to adjacent landowners. The approximate $1,338.15 assessment would be unduly burdensome. Uno Lago Villas, now over 30 years old, has undergone a very significant increase in its assessments in 2023 in order to maintain its aging building and site improvements. Adding another $1,338.15 assessment will be an undue burden to our members, many of whom are on fixed incomes and unable to afford such a cost during a period of record high inflation and interest rates. The $1,338.15 assessment is a 22% tax increase in 2023. The average annual ad valorem property tax among Uno Lago Villas members is approximately $6,000. Imposing a $1,338.15 assessment reflects a 22% tax increase in 2023. Such an increase is not equitable when calculated on gross land area that ignores the much higher densities of other affected properties along Universe Boulevard. Phasing in the cost over an extended period would be more equitable. If the town council must impose the cost of repairs on adjacent property owners, phasing in the cost over an extended period for the life of the drainage pipe or a minimum of 10 years would be a better way to manage such costs. I thank you in advance for your consideration on this important matter for our members. Jennifer Roth, 33 Uno Lago Drive. I'm writing to address my grievance with the Universe Boulevard Drainage Improvement Project, which is item 10 on the agenda. I'm a resident of Ocean Trace and I pay property and sales taxes to our town. It's my understanding that the Florida property taxes are used to fund public schools and infrastructure, including roads, libraries, and some medical services. Therefore, it is confusing to me how a decision was made at a 2013 town council meeting to lay the burden of the responsibility of urgently needed storm drain repairs on Universe Boulevard, a public road, on the stakeholders who live and have businesses on the street. I would argue instead of using the money we have already paid via our tax dollars and funds from the grant obtained to address this issue. The city of Riviera Beach specifically appropriates a portion of their tax dollars to address storm drain issues. It sounds like it would behoove the town of Juno Beach to clarify budget appropriations in the future for such projects. But in the meantime, it makes no sense to me to place the burden of repair on the individual residents and business members. I have heard the opposing argument, and why should the entire city bear the burden for something that more immediately impacts specific residents? My argument to this is a public street that is utilized by multiple community members and not just residents and employees. Further damage, if not addressed, could cause problems that affects usage of this road to the general public. Also, using the stakeholder responsibility model argument, one could argue that we should not cover the cost using tax dollars to pay for sidewalk repairs on the other side of the town because I don't use that sidewalk. This is not a model I support as being a part of our cohesive community. It seems to be common practice that the city pays more for stormwater drainage problems that are not directly on a private resident's property. We are paying taxes that should be paying for our city's infrastructure issues. Therefore, I reject the stakeholder model and urge the council to vote on using grant funds and taxes already collected to pay for the project. Thank you for your time and considering my opinion.
Caitlin, are all of these about what we just?
Basically, they just have their own detailed comments. I received 3 more that are the same.
If it's the whole thing, we've already cleared the air on that.
Okay.
And so
I have one via Zoom, Aldo Rovere.
It's 2:00 in the morning there.
Doesn't look like he's on just yet. Donald Gardner. He deferred. Okay, Ken Craig.
I just want to make a very simple statement. I'm not going to read everything here.
Thank you.
I have some petitions that represent over 90% of the Waterford. This is the independent living group. I'm going to give these to Caitlin. I'm not asking that they put in the record, but I'd like to see a statement in the record that these petitions were presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
John Troxel.
I lost the whole thing. Oh, I'm here.
Yeah, I had the same, I'm
Give
John
me just a
Croxall,
moment.
400 Unalaga Drive. I'm president of the Ocean Trace Condominium Association and here to represent the 256 owners in Ocean Trace. And now that you've taken care of the issue of charging the residents for this project, I do have a concern, as with that Jacob had brought up too. I was the chief procurement officer of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, ran a $3 billion budget. I would never be allowed to put a $3 million project forward with one bid. So my concern was, even if it falls, what was the due diligence? What was the effort? The governor would come back to me and say, go dig more, go find other people that are interested, that qualified. So that would be my only concern, that you took away the funding part. That's great. But our concern too, as taxpayers, would be, was there enough due diligence to kind of compete this thing? So thank you.
Aldo, your 3 minutes for public comments starts now.
Oh, no, not the.
You're still on mute. There you go.
Okay. All right. I'll be brief because much of what I probably will just tell you is probably some history. But now that you've eliminated the stakeholders from the situation, I think that's changed things quite a bit. But one of the things I will mention is that we've paid over the years a significant amount of money for repairs for that project as stakeholders. And in my opinion, those funds should also be considered when you consider a funding source to reimburse the town, to reimburse the people, the stakeholders, the residents for that money. And in our case, we come up to 37,000 for the Uno Lago Drive area. I'm sure the people at the Waterford would also be liking to have some of that money back so they can use it, because as somebody mentioned, the resident communities in Florida in general, and certainly in our communities, we're facing difficult times with the increases in insurances and everything else. So those funds could well be used to fund those needs that we have. And that's all I have to say. I want to thank the council for having made this decision on the stakeholders. And hopefully it's something that won't have to come up again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
All the comments I received.
That's all we have. Okay. So basically at this point, I think we're just discussing where we're going to be funding this from and how we're going forward. I too would have liked to seen more bids, but I feel like this is a project that we need to move forward on at a reasonable time frame, and going back to bid is just not a reasonable plan.
And I do want to bring up, I think there were 4 people who showed up for the pre-bid.
Correct.
There were 4 different companies who did show up for the pre-bid, but only one of them ended
Okay.
up fine.
So I open the floor.
I would like to hear about our different pools of money and how, which pot of money is the best move. So I don't know, David, would you talk a little bit about how to use our funds in the most efficient way?
Sure, and if Matt's close by, I may call him to the microphone as well, but I will start by saying that your options now that you've eliminated the stakeholders option is your fund balance or your surtax fund. So you have a little less than $1 million or so in the surtax funding. So if you use that up and use fund balance to offset it, what you end up doing is eating all of those projects you have in your budget for that are coming from surtax. So you have a whole list of stuff, a priority list that's in your next agenda item on surtax use. So one of those items like coming up later on the agenda is Kagan Park and how to fund their playground equipment. And so the recommendation of that was surtax money. If you take that surtax money and use it all in that, you're no longer going to have funding for those extra projects, which means you're going to end up even hitting the reserve anyways, or doing a tax increase. You have a well-funded fund balance or reserve, whichever you wish to call it. Our financial policy requires a 50% reserve of operating costs. You're at like 112%, somewhere in that area. So you do have the funding available without going below your required reserve allocation.
Alex, you're our finance guy. What do you think?
Oh, I think it should absolutely come from the reserves. Operating at north of 50% going forward, when we could have been using these funds to do these jobs a couple of years ago at about 30 to 40% less of the cost. We made a huge mistake pumping up the reserves in the process. This job would have probably cost us $1.5 million a couple of years ago. Yanked out of the reserves, we would have already replenished that by now. So now we have to suck it up. Our reserves are at about 11.25 million. Is that about right? 11?
7?
No.
Matt, am I off on that?
7 million.
Unassigned is 7.
Unassigned is 7.
So
Okay.
that's kind of your, yeah, which
Okay.
is not reserved for anything else. So.
All right. So, that's really where I think it should come from. I think realistically, that's what we should be doing.
It's too bad we also didn't take advantage of bonds.
Well, I mean,
Um,
I think I pitched that, but people didn't want to hear about debt in a zero rate environment, but you sure as heck don't want to do debt now.
Right. So, I would be on board with that if, staff feels also that that's fiscally best option. The 1 cent surtax, I understand we have that assigned to other projects. So I want to do the least amount of damage to the other projects that we've prioritized.
I do have a question. I didn't mean to cut you off. So should we hold on this right now, how to fund this and go over our budget, and then we can move things around and figure out a way to put, so we can see all the pieces to the puzzle? Does that make sense? Or do we have to finish this first?
I mean, it was moved before the other item. I don't know that it matters one way or another. I mean,
Just
one-
because, like we said, there's the surtax, there's the one cent surtax fund, there are the reserve funds, there's, pushing other projects back, or, we have options.
That's your 2 pots of money. Unless you're going out on a loan, that's your 2 pots of money. That's it.
So by
Right.
taking it from the reserves, the 1 cent surtax and all the other capital improvement projects are just unaffected.
And we're still hitting the reserves in that process because I believe 800K 1 cent left. Is that right?
Matt's going to talk about the next item, how much we have left of the 1 cent surtax. So
What we have left of 1 cent surtax is going to be roughly 1.2 million.
Okay.
And that will be this year's revenues, what's not expended, and then next year's revenues. It's probably going to cap out next year or the year after, because we're almost at the 2 million mark that we were expected to collect. That's all we were collecting, supposed to collect for the town. It was over a 10-year period, but it's probably going to be more like 7.5, 8.5 years that we collect our total amount. So again, probably next year, if not early the year after that.
So yeah, we'd still be hitting reserves and depleting the 1 set.
Right.
Right, yeah, but just not maybe all of it. You know, I understand that we're supposed to stay at 50% and above that is bonus. I just don't know that. we don't
Actually,
have-
if you want me to chime in on that, everything above 50% is fiscal irresponsibility. It's the fact is that you should operate within the numbers of your budget and everything, and you keep a little cushion there. But when you push too much over, you're no longer operating to the optimal benefit and efficiency of the town, because you're skipping over things that should be done to replenish reserves and exceed numbers that are unnecessary. So the fact is, this brings me back to the fact that we pumped so much money into these reserves and we didn't do things in the past, maintenance otherwise, that should have been done, jobs otherwise. And so great, we have a massive reserve that just got crushed by inflation, bunch of money that's worth less. It's a big number, but it's not to our benefit to operate that way. It's in our benefit to maintain things and do things when the costs are lower, not to allow things to just roll up and put a bunch of money in the bank.
Well, yeah,
so-
but so just moving forward, we can't fix what happened. We can't change what happened. Let's move it. Let's look at going forward. I mean,
Correct.
we are,
And
we are, where should we?
so we got to swallow the pill, pull from the reserves, and do the job and get it done. And move on, and we can start replenishing back. But I don't even think it's going to be necessary, because that's going to put us down still well above our needed reserves. So, you know, it's not even going to hurt us in the grand scheme of things. And it would have hurt us less if we had just done it when it should have been done in the first place.
I would make a
Well,
motion.
I don't see any problem. We have the money in the reserve. We can put it to good use. The citizens benefit from it, so why not do it?
Again,
It
so-
makes sense.
So I would make a motion then to pay for the project using the reserves.
Yes, I second
Can I
that.
speak first?
We have a motion, but
Councilman
Peggy, you
Wilson.
can speak.
Hold on one
Yes.
second. On the motion, you also need to consider awarding the contract to CK Contractors in your motion.
Okay.
As part of the motion?
Yes.
Yeah, it should be awarding the
And,
contract.
and
then
addressing Aldo's comment about reimbursing the stakeholders? How do we want to handle that?
Let's address this motion.
I think
One at
that's a
a
whole
time.
nother
Separate.
issue.
Yes. I'm okay. I'm for it.
So, my being fiscally responsible for the town's money. I
Sorry,
felt-
there's a motion on the floor. Is it being amended? And then was there a second?
I second
I
it.
can amend it to include
Include the contractor, correct?
with the contract.
Yes. Award the contract.
The contractor CK, okay. Thank you.
So when we first, the first part about being fiscally responsible with the town's money is, you know, I wanted to see if we could use the $1.3 million Florida Hazard and Mitigation Grant that was given to us in the first phase. So we had $135,000 of that money, but they had not sent us the contract. The second phase of that would have awarded us $1,065,000. That would have helped offset a big chunk of this. But my understanding is that we might not get that for 2 years. So that became a problem of not being able to get that grant on time and having additional problems with that. I have to agree that I don't think we're being responsible in allowing just one contractor to do a bid on this. I think we should be going out again. We need to do some more due diligence and see if they're, you know, it's not failing. I guess what I'm saying is I did a sheet, had Matt send us the sheet on how many failures, or excuse me, Andrew, I think you did for me, of how many failures we have actually had over the 10 years. And it looks like it's about one failure a year. The average cost is about $10,000 per failure. So question is, are we rushing into this? Are we worried that we're going to lose the contractor? Should we go out and do some more due diligence and see if we can't get a couple more bids? I understand there were 4 people, but I still feel that it's a lot of money. It's $3 million of.
So let's be practical. How do we get other bids? What would you suggest we do? We advertise, we have a competition. I mean, if you have some suggestion.
What kind of a time frame is that going to create? Because we've been kicking this down the road for 10 years.
I can tell you that I reached out to a half a dozen contractors that do this type of work. I had contractors that were recommended by our engineer, reached out to them, spoke to them directly. Again, 4 of them showed up to the pre-bid meeting. It wasn't a mandatory meeting. So kind of gave them some wiggle room there if they weren't able to show up to that. And past projects, I've made the pre-bid meeting mandatory so that you know exactly who can participate. With that being said, one contractor participated. I spoke to other municipalities, Brevard County, Vero Beach, and they said that this is all too common, that we're actually lucky to have one contractor. This contractor, CK Contractors and Development, they have stellar reputation. All the projects that I called and checked on the references, and this was discussed at our committee meeting when we reviewed the proposal, they had really good reviews. They're a competent, qualified contractor. Our engineer knew some of the key players, and I think that we're in good hands. I don't believe that we should be kicking the can down the road. I have a professional opinion from our engineer stating as such that the last 2 failures that happened within the last 6 months are I don't want to use the word severe, but they're something that needs to be considered, and it's not getting any better. The biggest concern is that there's a 12-inch water main that runs parallel with this drainage pipe. And not to mention all the other dry utilities that are in this area. This is a project that we've been addressing for the last decade.
So
we have $1 million grant.
I have a question. Why did the other 4 lose their appetite? Why did they not want to do it? What was the reason you didn't ask?
I don't know why they didn't participate.
Did they say it's too difficult? Did not enough money? You don't know.
We don't even know that they're not participating until the bid opening.
But initially they wanted, so they knew about the project. They knew what was asked of them. And then all of a sudden they all dropped out and just one came.
I understand that this is a critical project. The last failure where that big hole, the sinkhole opened up on the FPL side, I went and I looked and I took some pictures and then expanded it. If there's gaps in those pipes or something, I mean, it's serious. I didn't even want to, I obviously didn't get too close. I used my Zoom on my phone. It's bad. I mean, it's bad, and those spots keep opening up. So maybe there weren't a lot of failures over the past 10 years, but it's sort of like a ticking time bomb at this point. And I think if we wait much longer, and with this amount of rain and things like that have a tendency to erode and get worse, I know. And if it was in my home, I wouldn't be waiting any longer.
Andrea,
this is my home.
Are there more failures than what we have on the sheet that was presented? The last one was on March 2nd of 2023. Is there additional failures?
The recent one just a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
I mean,
It didn't get listed on.
I would hate to wait further. Like everyone said, we've been chasing grants and chasing funding since 2010, when that first memo I saw was published. So I would hate to see a really bad failure happen, cause injury. A car could fall into a sinkhole. Who knows what? I think, we have recourse with the bid provider. I did look at their website. They aren't some fly-by-night company. I trust that they're going to do the job well, and I trust that our staff reviewed their credentials.
And I think if that's what council decides, there is a liability factor that we need to think about with the sinkhole. So I think that is something that needs to be considered. If we take this money, I would take it from reserves. I would not take it from the surtax because that is allocated for other areas. And there's no sense in getting into the weeds and having to reallocate money when we have it in the reserves. And there was some money put into the reserves also, if everyone remembers, a year ago from that was quite a bit that was put in there.
Yes.
Yeah. So I would say take it from the reserves.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, so I do wish that we had been able to get more bids. I really do, because that make me happier. But I think, since especially we have another one breakdown within the last few weeks, I don't think we can start going out to bid again. I think it's time to realize that this job has to be done. We are probably paying a little more than we would have a couple of years ago. So we are paying a premium for sure. I know it. The costs went up on this kind of construction. But this is what happens when you keep putting things off. You end up paying more. And I do believe it has to be done, and we have to move forward, because I do think there is a risk there. And the fact that there's a water main there, which I was aware of, that alone, I just, you don't mess with people's fresh water supply. So I'm for going forward and accepting this contract. And we do have a motion and a second, so we are open to a vote on the floor.
May I restate the motion just for the record, just so I'm clear?
So I had
To
made a-
enter into an agreement with CK Contractors and Development, Inc. to complete the Universe Boulevard Drainage Project not to exceed $3,043,504.50 with funding from the Resilient Florida Grant in the amount of $1,050,000 and the balance from reserves. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
And that was Councilmember Halpern and seconded by Vice Mayor Pro Tem Hosta, and I'll conduct a roll call. Vice Mayor Wheeler?
Yeah, with comment, I'll say yay with comment, just that moving forward, that we start looking at this. And if we do have one bid, that we find out why perhaps we're only getting one bid. And is there something we need to change in our system of getting these bids?
But it could be also that it's the situation on the market, that right now, there are not enough outfits to provide the service. I don't know, but wherever I'm going, they are short of people.
Folks, I think that is the right way to go, and we have that on record. I think we need to move through the vote here and move
Vice
on.
Mayor Wheeler, did you say yay or
Yay.
nay?
You said yay or nay?
Yay. Okay, thank you. Mayor Cook?
Aye.
Councilmember Kocher-Nakis? Aye. Councilmember Halpern?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem Hosta?
Aye.
Thank you. Unanimous.
So now we need to discuss, I'd like to discuss Aldo's request for reimbursement. What are council members' thoughts on that?
I only know a little bit about that. So he's basically tying up the expenses incurred over the years. So they paid into it. I don't know if it's a good idea to retroactively pay back under a different code. We cleaned the slate here for them, and I do think it's right for any situation like this that the community as a whole does pay for it as a whole, and we shouldn't be nickel diming a random group when something pops up, because we all use Universe Boulevard no matter what anyone says. But I don't think it's wise to go back retroactively and say, okay, well, you paid in back here to some repairs or something that did happen. Now we're going to give you the money back, because you're opening the door for other situations where other condos, communities, et cetera, are going to say, hey, guess what? We fixed this. We want $100,000. I just don't think it's the right path.
I do have a public
there a
comment if the
legal-
mayor wishes to hear. from the
We'd be happy to hear that. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Troxel?
Thank you. And I do appreciate your comments and your thought of, starting up a hole. But I have invoices for $23,000 that we paid, and one just recently, the one that opened up right at our entrance. And the fact that I think this council wisely recognized that citizens shouldn't be paying for public works projects. The council back in 2013, I don't know what their thinking was, why, but we got bills. I just found out 2 days ago, we paid these. or I would have been in front of council a lot quicker, as we were paying the last one, in March when it opened up in front of our entrance. So I'm here to represent the fact that you may have people coming out of the woodwork and saying, oh, yeah, well, this, that, the other thing. But this is specific to this project, which is now recognized as not going to be paid by the citizens, shouldn't have probably been paid by the citizens over the last 3 years for $22,000. So I would just like consideration to look at this and say, is this something that also should come out of reserves? Because it should have probably been paid for by the council in the town of Juneau and not by the residents, just because someone in 2013 decided to talk about that and put it into the record, so to speak, and follow it from there. So I just want to.
Thank you. Len, is there a legal standpoint on something like
Well,
this?
I don't think it was,
Ethical.
no, well, it's a little bit of everything, I think. I tend to agree with the mayor that starting to refund is a slippery slope that I'm not sure you want to go down. The second thing I'd point out, it is legal to assess the adjacent property owners for public improvements. Now, the council decide as a policy, you do not want to go down that path, but what we did was not illegal. So, I mean, I'll leave it at that, but I tend to agree that opening the door could be a little dangerous. And what was done in the past, it's not an uncommon practice. I mean, I've done it in other municipalities.
Well,
What about the most recent payment this, past couple of weeks? I mean, would it be fair to reimburse that one and then not?
mean-
Fairness is for you to decide.
Dee Dee, I would
Legality
just
is for me to
chime in
decide.
on this one real quick. I just believe that, we set forth this motion just now. So we changed the course now. Different councils did different things before us.
Yeah.
And we can't be retroactively changing things that other councils did under other situations, and be paying back funds like that. And I know that they're not going to like this, but I think unfortunately this is the path forward. So from this day forward, we're going to be covering these things as a whole community, and we're not going to be broken up and, nickel and dime people, but we can't be retroactive with something like that.
And Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, this last one you're talking about, we have not assessed. I don't even think we've got the invoice yet.
Correct. Nothing that has occurred this year has been assessed to the property owners because the improvement was eminent. So
Okay. All right. I didn't.
nothing in this current year. There was a $9,000 roughly repair back in March. The current one that is on now, actually CK came out and put some
Bill.
shell rock.
Yeah.
Shell rock and plates just to make the area safe. But no repair was technically done. It was just a safeguard.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
I agree with Alex on this one that we just, for what it's worth, just move forward from today.
I personally think the people, the stakeholders, they should be so happy that they don't have an assessment now, that they shouldn't ask more. They should say, thank you, we accept it, and let's go from here on. I would be happy if I lived there and had gotten this result.
And I think if it's a unanimous vote, that's great, because otherwise, if it wasn't, I think we'd need to make this an agenda item, because we really don't know where the location of these failures were and if it would have been the town's responsibility. So we'd have to have all that information, and we'd have other stockholders. So if we've got a unanimous vote on that, I think that, we could probably move forward.
I think we're moving on. So we are now on the budget planning.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So this is the start of our budget season. Each year, staff starts the budget process with a budget planning session. Basically, it is a macro level view of the budget, funding, preliminary tax figures and things like that. So again, it's just to kind of, review our current year's budget, review the calendar, talk revenues and expenditures, talk reserves, talk about capital projects, and just kind of get the ball rolling. Looking forward, Caitlin, can you scroll up to the budget calendar? Oh, I say up and you roll down. There we go. Can you make that That's fine like that. So just to review the budget calendar, right here, we're at the June 28th meeting, the Town Council Budget Planning Session. So our next meeting at the July 26th meeting, and Mayor, I'm glad that you mentioned that you would not be here and physically in the seat because we would need a quorum to complete that meeting. And I understand the other four council members will be here. And again, what we will do at the July meeting is we will set the maximum millage rate. Setting that rate basically is the rate that we cannot go higher than that rate from during our budget planning sessions moving into August and September. So that'll be our maximum millage rate. What we also do is we also set the first public hearing date at that meeting, at the July meeting. Right now, one of the things that we have to do with that, but the public hearing date is it cannot conflict with the Board of County Commissioners nor the school board. So our regularly scheduled meetings, which would be in September, which would be the second and fourth Wednesdays, are September 13th and September 27th. They do not conflict. So, that's convenient for us. Again, hopefully it works for council. We don't have to make those decisions right now. We can do that in July. But again, just want to kind of roll through the budget calendar with the council. Okay.
Mhm.
With that, the next page, and again, the staff provided this to council with the agenda packet. So this is just a current year review of the budget. The current year's budget is about $11 million. That 11 million does include the $3 million in the Universe project. So our budget's usually in the $7-8 million range. That's why that 100% funding of the $7 million unassigned fund balance is at 100%. Our current millage rate is 1.8195. Last year, we did raise taxes by about 5%. Caitlin, we can scroll through that. A little bit more about the current year's budget. Keep going, Caitlin. Thank you. Keep going. We're going to go all the way to the next page. And then a little bit about the current economic overview, which everybody, kind of gets an update daily anymore. This is the current year's budget to actual. So, and the column there, we have revenues, we have our current year budget, what we've actually collected and what those percentages are and the reasons behind it. So this is as of May 31st, 2023, which would represent about 66.7% of the year. So ad valorem taxes, obviously we collect those early. Everybody likes to get their 4% discounts. Everybody pays those early. Utility taxes were running right along projected projections. Those do lag 1 month, so we're right on track with that. The 1 cent surtax, you can see that's at 65.7, and that actually lags 2 months. So we're way ahead on that 1 cent surtax. That's why I mentioned earlier that most likely we would be collecting that earlier than the 10-year time frame that was originally approved with that resolution. Again, that was the 1 cent surtax was approved by the residents of Palm Beach County, and it is a countywide surtax for infrastructure improvements. The intergovernmental, again, because those are half-cent sales tax and revenue sharing, those are above projections. Licenses, permits, and fees. Our building permit fees are pretty strong. That 94.2% is building permit. I made a boo-boo there. That the actual percentage at budget to actual for all those items is about 71%. I had ended up putting in the budget permit to actual in there at the 94%. Grants, you can see we haven't collected any of our grants yet because we haven't completed any of the projects yet. So we will get started on one of those large ones shortly with that $1 million project on Universe. Other revenues and reserves. Basically, they're up because investment income is quite high this year at 5%. We're roughly about 4.5-5% is what we're collecting on our reserves. So a little farther down, we'll talk about the expenditures. Salary and benefits are rolling about 62.4%. Operating expenses about 72%. And again, a lot of that has to do with building consultants because our building official receives a portion of our permit fees. So that number comes up. Capital outlay. Again, it's low because we have not completed those projects. This is just a pie chart of our current year budget by department. You can see the police department's about 28%, projects about 13.3. I'm sorry, projects about 30%, public works about 13, and then the other departments there. Very good. Scroll up. So let's talk about the preliminary financial information for the ad valorem. So this information that's in the description there, the town's estimated total taxable value. We received those numbers in early June. We actually received our actual numbers, the preliminary numbers. We just received those Monday or Tuesday. So again, they were pretty close. Instead of the 2.265, we're at 2.268. Our new construction of $103 million, which is a very good year. That's actually 32% is real property, or 32 million is real property. That is Ocean One. Ocean One finally came on our tax rolls this year. So that's about 32 million. And the rest of it was actually 72 million was tangible personal property, which was mostly improvements by Florida Power and Light. And that was about 72 million. So that was, I actually called the property appraiser to double check on that because that was a rather large number I was not expecting. That being said, this represents about a 17.15% increase. And again, a good portion of that is that 100 million in new value. New value is good because it's new tax dollars. It's not an increase to the residents who are already here. It just brings in new tax dollars. So you always want new tax dollars. A little bit more in that column there is just that the ad valorem taxes account for about 47.8% of our current general fund revenues, excluding grants and non-reserve items. The chart there, no, hang on, Caitlin, before you go up, the chart there, basically that shows values since 2009, and you can see that they are on a kind of parabolic trajectory there. I don't know that that's going to continue into the future, but those are some pretty healthy numbers. On the flip side, Caitlin, if you scroll down a little bit, there we go. We'll talk about millage rate. If you want to show that chart there, Caitlin, and that is our millage rate. Because the size is going up so much, we've been bringing that millage rate down pretty much every year. Some years a tax increase, but we're still bringing it down. For instance, last year was a 5% tax increase. However, we lowered the millage rate 5.41%. But again, that just to kind of give people some thoughts on how that works. Again, our current millage rate is at 1.8195. Our currently projected rollback rate, hang on, Caitlin, you're going up too far. No, you went too far. Back. There you go. Our current year rollback rate, which is 1.6253, that the rollback rate basically is the figure that will bring in the exact amount of tax dollars that we had in the previous year, minus new construction. Again, new construction being new dollars. So again, we could reduce that millage rate down to 1.6253 from 1.8195. So just for GWIS. And again, these numbers will all come back to council at the next meeting and a more solid recommendation based on comments tonight. Let's go to the next page, Caitlin. So this is a new feature we have in our budget planning session. This is your tax dollar and where it goes. You can see the Juno Beach portion there is 9.11%. So basically, 90%, a little over 90% of your taxes are going to school board, Palm Beach County, fire rescue, library, Palm Beach County Health Department, and some other services. So just that's just kind of your thought, a nice picture of where your tax dollar goes. A little bit on the projected and potential changes for the 23-24 fiscal year. Again, if we left the millage rate at the 1.8195, that would generate close to $400,000 in ad valorem taxes. Again, it's not something that staff might suggest to do, but it gives council an idea of what that increase in value does to the millage rate. So again, if we were to leave the millage rate the same, you could collect almost $400,000. That $103,000 of new construction and tangible personal property, that brings $180,000 in. So again, that's new money. That's to, things that weren't there last year. Again, Ocean One, the development that's there, those are new property taxpayers in Juno Beach. And so that's a portion of that. And again, a lot of the tangible personal that Florida Power and Light added to that figure. Some of the other items, utility tax will go up a little bit, intergovernmental, and we're expecting because net sales tax have been so strong, an adjustment from forfeiture. And again, so net change of roughly about 609,000. That chart there just basically shows the historical budgeted revenues over the years, grants being the top portion. But if you look at that line, you know, other than grants, it hasn't changed that much. Again, like I said, without the Universe project, you know, we'd still be right around $8 million. Next line, salaries. So this is just a little projection on salary increases. Staff is currently projecting or suggesting an estimated 5% cost of living. Cost of living has been trickling down as of late. But we all know part of the discussion we had earlier with the construction costs, again, food, fuel, everything costs more these days. Again, so estimated about 5%, and then 2% for a merit increase. Scroll up a little bit there, Caitlin. I want to get that little chart there. There you go. So basically, because we will have some payroll turnover, and with some just from staff, we were actually gonna from those turnover and those projections, there's going to be a reduction of about $112,000 in the budget. And then those are the adds there for the 5% for non-union, 5% for union, and then merit for non-union and union at about $88,000. On the benefit side, the biggest thing with benefits is the Florida retirement system that the police department is in. Unfortunately, that's rising at about a 17.39% increase. That is legislated by the Florida legislature. And there's nothing that we could really do about that. The town is in that retirement plan and cannot opt out. It opted out years ago and then opted back in, and you kind of get a one-time shot at that. So again, it does take care of our officers down the road, but it did increase our cost quite a bit. To the tune of about almost $87,000 estimated. Social Security is based on the increase is about $6,000. Health insurance, the last thing on the benefits, probably looking at a 5 to 10% or 5 to 7% increase. We do offer some different options for our employees. We do have retired employees who come, police officers. So we do, if they are retired and they can receive health insurance from their previous employer, they opt out of our insurance and we pay them a little stipend to do that. Also, we do the same thing if a spouse has coverage and you can be on your spouse's plan, they will, you know, go on that plan rather than staying on ours. And again, it saves the town money. So again, that's been working, you know, well over the years. On the operating expenses side, always a bit of a wild card, but basically we're about $1.8 million in 2023 budget operating expenses. That figure, that is an interesting chart as it goes up and down. It kind of looks like a roller coaster. The blue is safe streets that we had years ago. It was the red light cameras and so on. So you can kind of, you know, take that out. The red is the pink, fuchsia, whatever that color is building services. So again, those services are covered by building permit fees. And you can see some years are gangbuster years and some years aren't. So again, it just kind of goes with the territory of building. Obviously in the next couple of years, because we have the Waterford coming on and we have Coretta coming on, that red line may match that blue line at some point in the next couple of years. But for the biggest thing, you know, I mean, those operating expenses, they cover the electricity and, you know, the lawn care and everything like that. So one of the bigger things in that line is about $250,000 in insurance liability property. Our property insurance here for the town is probably going up about 70%, which is roughly about $40,000 to $50,000 as everybody's property taxes are, property insurance rates are going up. The town's is too. So unfortunately, that's just kind of the nature of that beast. Those rates will be out probably July or August from our insurance carrier for the renewal on that. So we'll talk about a little bit more about that then. Some of the other things that are located in here are the dispatch services that are provided by the city of Palm Beach Gardens. As you may know, that our 911, when you call 911 for the town of Juno Beach, it goes to the city of Palm Beach Gardens. Palm Beach Gardens, Jupiter and Juno Beach started a regional dispatch center when Palm Beach Gardens built their Cat 5 about 8 years ago, something like that. And so we basically, Jupiter was going to build theirs, and then us and Jupiter got together with Palm Beach Gardens and said, hey, can we just put our dispatch in one place and have you guys regionalize that? And they did. So we had 5 dispatch employees at that time. One of them moved over, one of them became a police officer who's currently a sergeant here, and the other 3 went in other directions. But it was a very good thing for the town. It was a very good thing for Palm Beach Gardens and Jupiter because we can share those costs. Since that time, I believe there are now 4 or 5 additional participants in it. The Village of North Palm Beach, Palm Beach Shores, Tequesta. Yeah, so there's a few more on. So everybody thought it was a good idea to do that. Again, it was a very, I'm sorry, school board. Yeah, so it was a very good cost savings. And again, so Gardens had already built it, and we just kind of helped share the cost on that. So that's a very good thing. Again, just kind of again, and those operating expenses are, all the things that make the place nice. Go ahead and scroll it. Where are we at? The capital. Okay, so this is the current year capital structure where the projects are, or where the funding comes from, of grants, contributions, surtax, and other restricted reserves, and then from general fund. So again, that's the current year. Looking into next year, keep scrolling, Caitlin. And again, this is where staff would, be seeking council's input and direction. Obviously, we have the $3 million stormwater project. $1 million of that will come from a grant. 2 million from reserve, roughly 2 million from reserves. Celestial Mercury water or stormwater improvements along Celestial Mercury Way. Kagan Park playground, possibly grant assisted, depending on how those discussions go. We're always looking to, we have pretty much a constant of replacing police vehicles every year. It's always, usually 1, 2, or 3 vehicles. We have Atlantic Boulevard, the sidewalk, some striping additionally up on Atlantic Boulevard and Ocean Drive. Pelican Lake, we have littoral shelves that are going to be put in to help the water quality in the lake. So that are going to be done in conjunction with the repaving and stormwater that Palm Beach County is going to do on Ocean Drive. Fire alarm, public works equipment, workstations, and then just some general. The electric EV charging stations, which is something that we put on last year and we started to talk about. We did meet with FPL. It is quite the involved thing with FPL, and we did meet with them on several occasions. So it's probably something that we would want to do in conjunction with the police department when they do the expansion with the police department, because it does require some construction, some upgrades to electricity and so on. So again, staff will kind of talk about those at that time. Again, that just some various other items there. Again, staff will be looking for council's direction on those. Keep scrolling. There we go. Keep scrolling, Caitlin. We'll go to the chart. As talked about before, unassigned reserve funds are going to be projected about $7 million. And then the other items, keep scrolling, Caitlin, a little bit more. All right, right in there. There we go. So this is 1 cent surtax. So basically the 1 cent surtax, so these are net of commitments. So in other words, we had committed $881,000 in the current budget. However, we have only committed to about 225, maybe 250,000 of that, because some of those projects, for instance, the backyard Pelican Lake patio, Celestial Way stormwater, which will be pushed off to next year, Universe Boulevard, that was a part of the surtax, but so some of that will have been expended because it was already expended for the shovel-ready plans. Atlantic Boulevard sidewalk, that will come back. The generator replacement, that we did not get that grant. So that goes away. So again, there's a lot of projects on here that'll either be pushed off to future years or have been just nixed by council at this point. Again, so that's why, Caitlin, you're going too far. Just stay right, keep going. little bit more. There we go. Stay right there. So that's why they have the $943,000 there for the 1 cent surtax. And again, we will be receiving additional revenues in the following year. Again, we're projected to get about 400,000 more over the next 2 years, roughly. Some of the other items there, building code enforcement. So building code enforcement, basically, you cannot just use building permit fees and supplement your general fund budget. Building permit fees have to be used for building code enforcement per the statute. So basically what the statute does allow you to do is roll forward a 4-year average. And we're a little bit above that, but we're in talks now about what exactly to do with that additional. Fortunately or unfortunately, this year we're going to be a lot more over because the Waterford has started their construction. We've received permit fees there. So we've got the next couple of years, we're going to be quite a bit over our 4-year average. And so again, that'll be coming back to council in the next over the next couple of meetings to discuss what to do in that situation. The police forfeiture got about $102,000 roughly in there. Has to be used specific for police type stuff. That's why we call these are committed or restricted funds. So they have to be used for certain type projects. Impact fees, expansion sorts of things, general contributions. Those are just contributions that have been made over the years and so on. Capital projects, we received actually, interestingly enough, Ocean One used to be a project that was going to be called Seminole Ridge. And that project was back in 0809, and they did not do that project, but they made a contribution for improvements to Pelican Lake. And then there's some police contributions in there. Scroll down a little bit, Caitlin. This talks about a reserve policy, which was talked about earlier in that 50% range. I did want to mention that the reserves have been growing quite steadily since 2013. So we were about at $3 million in 2013 when the Universe project was really first starting to be discussed. So obviously we didn't have as much money then as we do now in reserves. So scroll down a little bit more, Caitlin. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. This is just a summary of kind of the things we talked about. Revenue increase at 609,000. Again, if in fact you leave the our current millage rate with our current projected value increases and the new construction values. Salary increase about 81, benefits about 113. Again, the big hit on that was the pension. Operating about 187,000. And again, so roughly you got 225,000. Again, when our current projection is about 225 surplus to help balance the budget. Next page. Keep going, Caitlin. There we go, right in here. So these are just some supplemental information. These are alternative revenue sources. And actually, this has been the same information that we've had in here for a number of years. One of them is franchise fee. The town does not have a franchise fee. I believe 35, 36, 37 of the other municipalities in the county do have a franchise fee. It could technically generate up to $300,000 to $400,000 a year if you had this franchise fee. It's kind of like another tax, basically, is what it is. But you could attach it to your electric bill. And again, it's another revenue source that the town has not used or has not needed to use over the years. But we do leave it out there so that the council knows that that is available to them if they needed another revenue source for something. The thing to point out there is that FPL would not pay that franchise fee. And as you know, FPL pays 20% of our property taxes in town. So if you were to utilize something like this, rather than raising property taxes, FPL would get a 20% break. So. And then the last item there on that is the local business tax, but it generates about $70,000 a year, and you could raise that 5% every couple of years or so. Next, Caitlin, keep going. Basically, all this is, I just wanted to provide this to council just so that they could see currently what's in the current budget, our capital improvement plan. Again, we kind of already talked about some of these projects that were not being done or were being done. Again, it provides a base for council to look at for the current year, what things are being done or are not being done, or things that'll get rolled over. And then the next item, Caitlin, you want to scroll down to the, keep going. There we go. And this section here, this has kind of been when the 1 cent surtax was enacted back in was being discussed in 2016, voted on in 2016 and enacted January 1 of 2017. At that time, council and staff just started throwing ideas out. And, what sort of projects or what sort of things could we fund with the 1 cent surtax? So this has been a running list since that time. All those green items are completed projects. They weren't necessarily all done with surtax funding. The columns to the right, I'm sorry, it's kind of small there. Look at it later when you get home. But there is a final surtax funding column. There is an other funding column. And then scroll down, keep going, Caitlin, to the next page. The yellow items are in progress, just so we're kind of the GWIS. And you see all those green items. Those are all completed. Those are dune walkovers that have been completed since 2017. Kagan Park Playground, some equipment there. There's Town Hall Park, Fountain on Pelican Lake, a gazebo. The history project that you see around was a little bit of funding from that. And again, this has been just a kind of a working document for us. Scroll down a little bit more, Caitlin. Oh, you're good right there. So basically, we have an estimated projects on here of about $3 million. Final surtax funding has been about 550,000, 565, and 793,000 has been by other grants and other funding sources. So again, we've completed about $1.2 million in projects, and it's about 565,000 to about $800,000 in other funding. So with that, again, this is kind of the macro level. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, staff will have a prepared budget for council at the next meeting with staff and council's input for that. So again, happy to field any questions.
I think we have public comment. I got Caitlin behind you.
Yes, Jacob Rosengarten.
Hi, everyone. Well, having done budgets for much of my life, I had just a couple of thoughts for you to consider. One is I don't have a way of assessing whether the reserves at 105% are adequate or even where we stand. And I'll tell you why. Because what I don't see is what is our universe, if you will, of capital items that are degrading, like an HOA study, a reserve study, right? What's the expected life of this roof? And we should be salting away some money every single year for that. So to get a sense for what are all of our future exposures as our capital assets degrade and replacement. That isn't in these numbers anyway. I can't tell what they are. It seems like whenever we have an issue come up, we suddenly kind of scramble to fund it. For example, what if another pipe is at year 25 of a 26-year life? Would you know it in this budget? And I think you wouldn't, at least as I read the numbers. So that was one. The second topic is when I look at on page 7, revenues, and I think, Matt, you've covered some of this already, but you would think with Coretta, Pulte, and Waterford, we'd have substantial increase in permit revenue somewhere in our numbers. And that may yet be coming. I realize we're still early on in the process, but it's probably a really big number. I mean, Mary, you talked about a $2 million project just to fix a roof. I mean, we're talking about major developments this coming year. And since we may have a really big good guys coming, if you will, to our budget, we should have a sense what that might look like. Another thing is at the time, our interest rates today are, 1 month treasuries are around 5.2%. Last June, when this was done, they were probably around 1.2%. In September, they were like 2.2%. So in other words, there's at least a 3% good guy in terms of interest rates. I don't see that here. So even if the reserves, let's say we start with 7 million, we spend 3 of it, we're left with 3% to 4 is still $120,000, not even counting the other reserves that are committed. That seems like there should be a good guy in the budget just based on current interest rates. I don't see that on page 7 as, the following kind of the major changes in revenue sources. And the last topic I wanted to mention is, as I understand it, and David, thank you for the information on this, our budget is only $17,000 for audit fees. 17,000, it's tiny. I mean, I think the HOA that I belong to, I think we spent half of that at Bay Colony, that kind of number. And for a town this complex, it seems like we are way, way underfunding our audits. And in particular, since we're dealing with a change in leadership of our senior leadership who's been in the same place for decades, it seems like a perfect time to do internal control reviews. Just saying, we know at a minimum, we have IT issues, right, that are being worked on. David, obviously you have to make your own choice, but if I were a new CEO in a company with a set of facts, I'd be asking for internal control reviews because there's a major change in leadership. And I'd like to, not to say anything wrong happened, I'm not saying that, but just to say, is there any new thinking that should be happening here? And I'm telling you that will not happen on a $17,000 budget. I don't know what the right number is, but 17,000 is, I almost couldn't believe it. I can't believe they could even do it for that sum of money. Thank you.
Diana Davis.
Diana Davis, 440 Sunset Way. Great job, Matt. I'm always amazed how you condense all this down. And I know this is a macro level and this is probably a micro level question, but I was looking at the building permit fees that are the 3%. And for just March and April of 2023, we collected over $3 million. So I really don't understand how that's reflected here, because on the page 5 above the pie chart, it says $1,108,950 for the, I guess that's the whole year. So for 2 months, we got over 3 million, but then for the whole year, it's 1.1 million. So I just don't understand how that works out. Thank you.
That's not on the record.
Matt, did we want Matt to answer that question at all? Just so we're clear on it.
Yeah, let's.
I'd like to have him do that.
We haven't collected $3 million. The fees may be eminent or future, but we have not collected $3 million in revenue fees this year. No, we haven't. Because again, it's not until they actually pay the bill that we actually collect it. I mean, we could expect it. But we haven't collected $3 million.
So how much did we collect?
Well, according to, it's about 1.1 as of May 31st, it'll be 1.1.
1.1?
Right. And that includes permits, licenses, and franchise fees. So it's going to be a number less than that. It was about 900,000. It was about roughly 900,000 by the end of May.
Okay.
But happy to provide the detail.
So one of my comments, I'll just start, is that I'd like some of these numbers broken out further. I guess, to save paper and.
Well, when you get the detailed budget that we provide every year, it's 16 pages of detail and it's line items, and you'll see exactly what will have been collected through June. So by the time the July, budget comes out, you will have June figures. And everything will be itemized. So you'll see, again, 16 pages of detailed, just numbers.
Okay, I remember those meetings.
Yes, yeah.
So in my mind, the most important thing I guess people want to know about is the millage rate and whether we will hold it steady or roll it back. Looking at the number you provided, almost $400,000 in revenue, if we leave it the same, if we roll it back to the 1.6 and change, we're losing potentially 400 plus.
Correct.
More.
Right.
So that's really the question on the table, is what do we want to do with that millage rate?
So really that's council's direction, kind of what what you kind of are willing to, kind of put forth. Some agencies just go, okay, we'll leave the number flat, we'll leave the millage rate flat, the 1.8195, because that's our max. Because as we work through these projects and realize surtax is coming to an end and we're, going to use some reserves. Do you want to fund projects, with those tax dollars? Where are you going to get the funding from? Do you can, hope to get grants, as we have done, with Universe, we were kind of, scratching the surface on a lot of those, last minute, we didn't get it. We were hoping to get it. We didn't get it, sort of thing. But looking into the future, what do you have? What funding sources do you have to fund all your projects? That's what you need to look at.
And
Well-
like Matt said, it's a not to exceed number, so you could always lower it, but you just can't go over it. And I got a lot of goals to fulfill, so.
Matt, I just would like to verify a number that Jacob Rosengarten mentioned. We paid 17,000 for the audit.
Yes, ma'am.
Where would I find that? On page 9 or?
No, that wouldn't be in this. This is a macro level. This is it, when you get the detailed budget for the July meeting, you will see where that number is.
So where
No,
did
I would
Jacob
like
get
to
it?
know where is the figure in. It has to be
So
somewhere.
The
Is it-
operating expenses.
It's not professional fees, attorney, engineer, auditing.
Yes, it's.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yes,
referring
part of
to.
the-
That's it. So
Yeah,
that 148 is the 17,000, and you said 17,000 you spent on the audit. Yeah, I live in a condominium and we spent 5,000. So I
This-
guess this is not too much to pay for a town, right?
I'm sorry, those figures are bid, again, the auditing services are coming up later on the agenda. Those figures they were not far off from everybody else's figures that provided. We had, I believe, 6 firms last time that submitted, and it was probably all within $3,000 or $4,000 each. So that figure was very common to others. I've seen other audits. I was sitting on the Loxahatchee River District Audit Review Committee, Audit Services Review Committee. Their figures were probably in the 50, but they've got, about a $30 million budget, so it's kind of, transactional and budget number.
I mean, do they specify what service they provide for
Yes.
17,000? Is there a report that you receive?
Yes, we receive
Yeah.
audit every,
Okay,
so, yes.
yeah, and it includes internal control and all that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, it's all outlined in the RFP. And again, happy to provide it.
yeah, I would like to see it.
Sure. The committee will be reviewing that and actually creating that RFP at their first meeting. So.
Good, thank you.
Elaine, did you have anything? I just want to thank Matt, and welcome Mike. Mike is back here in the corner, Mike.
Oh, you're
Ventura.
stealing my thunder.
Oh, sorry. Anyway,
Might as
welcome,
well go ahead
Mike.
now.
No, it's okay. And we look forward to working with you anyway. I just want the residents to know that in our review of the current year's budget, it includes the general fund budget, and that general fund budget is 11,078. But our base budget is only 6,481. And I know, Matt, you went through that, but the reason it's up to 11 million is that capital outlay. So that's not the general expenses that we have every year. And then in July council, we're going to be setting the tentative millage rate. You've already said that we can't be raised. I think I wanted to hit just a little bit on the largest chunk of our revenue, is the ad valorem taxes. And I do understand we have some healthy reserves, but it's important to note that if we're ever hit with a major hurricane, and it takes out some of our condos, and this is, when Matt, you've lived with this for some time with Joe and you, and we've always felt that if it took out a lot of our condos, we're not going to get those ad valorem taxes. So I think to have a healthy reserve is important for this town. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be using those reserves, but I am saying that we can fall short very quickly if something major happens in town. And then I want to encourage everyone in council to review with Matt, because Matt or Mike is going to be very open to having everyone review the numbers when we actually get them. And the same thing with the audit committee, when the audit committee comes into play, and, they can always go into Matt and Mike to get answers. So thank you, Matt.
Can you summarize this, please? What you said? I didn't get it. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
No, I would like to. It must be
I
important.
just spoke about things that
Oh,
were
what
already
we
in the
said
budget.
before.
No, I wanted some clarification, and I clarified some things.
Okay, we got
You're giving me
folks,
a hard
the
time.
agenda's going to get long here. If we keep go, let's move on. Whoever wants to speak, cover any items on this, please go ahead.
I don't have anything further.
Okay. Anyone? Going?
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Welcome, Michael.
All right. Funding request for removal of FPL poles along Universe Boulevard.
Thank you, Mayor. So in addition to the contractor replacing the pipe, one of the aspects or one of the factors involved with this is removing the streetlights that are currently there in a number of locations. They're in conflict with the new pipe that's going in. So FPL is the only one that is able to work on and maintain their infrastructure. In order to get that removed, they are a tariffed utility, so they have to charge the party that requests the work, that would be the town. In order to remove those streetlights, it's $23,000 and change. That has to be paid before they perform any work. And removing those streetlights has to be done before our contractor can start anything on their end.
I mean,
Guess we're paying for it.
I think we're going forward on this one. Do we even need to go into full discussion on this?
No.
We already approved the Universe Boulevard, so I think we have to say yes here.
Right.
So consensus?
Oh, you need,
Or
I
do we
need a
make
motion.
Need a
I need
motion.
Okay, so I do need a motion.
so I'll make a motion to approve the monies for FPL to move the power lines,
The streetlights.
streetlights, sorry.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the funds from contingency. With using the funds from contingency on this invoice.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
As a
Who's
recommendation.
second?
Peggy seconded.
Thank you. I'll conduct a roll call. Vice Mayor Pro Tem Hosta,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wheeler,
Aye.
Mayor Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Halpern,
Aye.
Councilmember Kocher-Nakis.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
765, I believe, is this Len?
I will read the title and then it will be Frank. Ordinance number 765, an ordinance of the Town Council of Town Juno Beach, Florida, amending Article 3, District Regulations, Division 14, Commercial General Zoning District of Chapter 34 Zoning of the Town Code of Ordinances by amending Section 34-632 Site Area Development Modification Option to reduce the maximum percentage of residential uses that may be requested under the modification option to 80% of the total gross floor area, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you, Len. Good evening, council. As Len mentioned, this is the first reading for ordinance 765. Ordinance number 765 proposes to amend the town's commercial general zoning district modification option in regards to residential uses. The commercial general zoning district states that a residential use is a preferred use. Back in 2021, the town council discussed in multiple meetings that the commercial general mixed use requirement establishing a ratio for residential uses and commercial uses should be discussed. On October 2021, town council directed staff to amend the site area development modification option to allow residential use projects that meet the special exception criteria to request additional gross floor area in excess of, back then, the maximum of 75%. On February 2022, town council approved ordinance number 747 to allow a maximum of 95% residential. This will be treated as a special exception. Just to mention that again, it is a maximum of 95%. On April of this year, town council directed staff to conduct a code text amendment to reduce the residential percentage for mixed-use type projects from a maximum of 95% to 80%. Ordinance number 765 was presented to the Planning and Zoning Board at its June meeting. The board recommended approval of ordinance 765 on a 3-2 vote. Ordinance 765 provides for the following. It maintains the by right or straight zoning regulation for residential preferred use with a provision that a maximum of 75% of total gross floor area on a site may be used for residential. So that has not changed. It also provides language to modify the code to allow under special exception for a maximum of 80% residential use of the total gross floor area on the site. At this moment, staff is ready to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment?
Mayor, Mary Jane Capitelli, reduced commercial percent back to 5% as representative of Save Juneau citizens over 100 members, are very disappointed with the council that has not represented the present citizens who have been here 10, 20, 30 years and did not do what we have asked for and what were you elected for and promised to do, to keep towns small, quiet, and less developed and commercialized. We have asked it 1, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 years to have zoning policy changed to future developments, no more than 3 stories and only 5% commercial. But all your improvements have ignored our most important requests, and we request you shut us down on or ignore us. We protest you shut us down and ignore us. Changing zoning does not infringe on property rights, and every town has the right to do this. If we protested the assisted living or vetoed the Donald Ross expansion, didn't that give you a message? So you didn't change the zoning and didn't fight Coretta and tried to shut the public up with having Coretta donate money to the police. We believe you have betrayed the 3,700 residents and destroyed it with development and massive traffic and commercialization. If we wanted to be like North Palm, Jupiter, and Palm Beach Gardens, we would have moved there. So now, even before the construction, we sit at the Donald Ross for 3 lights and it takes 25 minutes to cross the bridge. It's not too late to change zoning and make 5% commercial. I received 2 comments in support of the ordinance from Ellen Granis and Richard Domian and Jonathan Butler. Mr. Butler, your 3 minutes.
First of all, I do have to express the fact that I'm a little dismayed that we put this agenda item at number 12 and had to sit through a 45-minute finance presentation. No disrespect, that was a fine presentation, but this is a really important issue. Now you see we've lost a lot of folks here who I think would want to comment on. It seems to me what's driving this is there's 2 problems with this. It seems like the impetus is we need or want more commercial retail services in our town. Has anyone done any study on that? Has anybody looked at it? Because I can look in this room and ask folks, if you think we don't have enough retail and commercial in Juneau Beach and that we need more at the sake of more congestion, more cars, more people coming into our town and not just staying to use our beaches, but in our natural resources, but basically clogging up our roads and our restaurants. So raise your hand if you think we need more retail and commercial in our town. Okay, so we have a couple people. Some people think we may, but have you studied it? Have you done traffic studies? Have you done anything to determine what impact this is going to have on our town? And that's really my concern. I don't understand what the rush to judgment is, because a lot of developments may not happen if we do this, if we don't have the flexibility, which you're handicapping yourself, I think, and you're handicapping potentially future councils to come up with the best solutions for developing a mixed use parcel like the Christmas tree lot or Plaza Ramir when it comes up. There's only a handful of parcels in this town. So if you put a hard 20% in place, okay, you're either going to make it economically unfeasible for a developer to build that because they've got to have 1 or 2 stories of retail, which is going to be very costly. Who's going to afford the rents for that retail? You know, you have empty stores, perhaps. Okay. But if you make it, it's going to be economically unfeasible. So you're trying to keep residents from coming to Juneau Beach, but you may well end up getting the law of unintended consequences. Developers are going to figure out a way to develop these parcels like the Christmas tree lot. They may decide to go up 12 stories, the highest point of our condos that we have here, and put affordable living under the Live Local Act that just passed. You don't know what a developer is going to do if you handicap them and handcuff them. They will find a way, and we could have towers on every intersection in Juneau Beach if we're not careful. That's a reality that could happen. So I think you really need to step back and say, is there really a reason that we need to rush and make this change to an ordinance that I think passed a year ago in 22? It went down to a sliding scale that gave you all the discretion to work with the developer and figure out what the best and highest use is. But making a hard, we need 20% commercial is going to do nothing that's in the best interest of the town, except it's a mandate for more commercial, more retail, more people coming into our town. And I'd be really surprised if you put that to a referendum vote and people understood that's what this will do. that they're going to pass it. There hasn't been enough study. The staff needs to do an analysis. You need to step back, table this resolution and figure out why it's needed, if it's needed, and if your town residents support it. Because frankly, I think if you do that, you're going to find they don't. Thank you.
Cynthia Frazier.
As noted and requested in past meetings, an extensive traffic study should be prepared, as well as flood zone issues, DEP analysis, environmental impact, et cetera, for anything that we're doing in our town with regard to this project. With the vote on the table this evening, has any of these studies been performed? And if so, where are they? And if not, how can you in good faith vote on something you haven't researched? We have the Coretta site in our very near future kicking off development. That is going to increase traffic density, et cetera, to the area. Having yet another development right across the street and increasing the commercial percentage is a disaster. There's extensive wildlife in the preserve that will be adversely affected by this development. We need to look at that. I oppose any mandate that would increase commercial development in this town. We have voted you all in office to represent us, the citizens of Juno Beach, to keep our vision of Juno Beach alive. Don't let us down. Thank you.
Jim Ferguson.
Good evening, all. At the planning and zoning meeting, I spoke out quite vociferously against this, and I'd like to reiterate that and try to clarify the reasons why. Imagine that after one of the Friday council meetings, the social events that happen on Friday afternoons where members of council get together, you all got into a conversation with each other and said, you know, there's some really good 4th of July sales coming up. Why don't we all just go over to the mall and take a look together and see what's going on. So you plan a field trip there, and being elegant people, well-dressed people, you decide, okay, let's go to Nordstrom's. Let's check it out. Okay, so you go into Nordstrom's and there's a wonderful friendly greeter there, and the greeter says, okay, what are you looking for today? And you all say, well, you know, we've come here to get some nice clothes. And they say, oh, well, Mayor Cook, you know, the men's section is over here, upstairs. You've got the standard sizes, the petite sizes. And Mayor Cook says right away, no, you don't understand. We're from the Town Council of Juno Beach. We prefer one size fits all clothes. Okay. Now, what's the relevance here? What are you saying about our commercial and general properties? We've got several big plots in town. You're saying tonight you want to have one size fits all. You want to tie your hands behind your back and say, no, it has to be 20%. That's it. We won't talk. We don't care. Well, let's look at the Coretta project. There were a lot of variables there. Negotiation went on for months with the developer. You negotiated architectural style, where the parking was going to be. Was it going to be underground, on the street? What kind of sidewalks and what kind of landscaping were you going to have? Where were the entrances and exits going to be? You spent a long time in negotiation. There was a lot of back and forth. Coretta went through several evolutions and presentations because they were listening to what you were saying and what the people of the town were saying they wanted. That was a very, very busy intersection. It still is. A lot of cars coming south on US 1 making a right turn. You very wisely said, we don't want high traffic commercial on that site. And we also want it to look elegant. We want it to be something really special. You negotiated and you got what you wanted. You were happy as a council. The public was very supportive of that project, which is pretty rare when you think that you have the public backing up the council completely and saying, you guys did a good job. And now what are you saying? You want to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. No, we succeeded there, but we don't ever want to succeed like that again. From now on, no, we don't want to negotiate. I think that's absurd. I think you really need to consider what has just been said here this evening. Every one of these plots is different. Some of them abut natural areas. Some of them are on very busy intersections. Some are right on corners. Others are more receded. You have to look at every one of these sites and decide what's best for that particular site.
And Basso. Okay. Jacob Rosengarten.
Just wanted to offer a bit of a different point of view on some of these things because I've heard some glib comments over the years that I don't understand. I hear that residential causes less traffic impact than commercial. That's never been proven to me. I've never seen a traffic study. Even in the case of Coretta, the 75-25 as an alternative to what was built was never modeled. So we actually don't know. In fact, when I hear that, I wonder, okay, is that true for a one-story residential complex? Would that be more intensive than, say, Thirsty Turtle? How about a two-story? How about a five-story? How about multiple buildings that look like that? Is it always true that residential has a greater traffic impact than commercial? I don't buy it. I'd say further, if the whole area is largely residential, adding another unit of residential actually causes less diversification of traffic than if you added, let's say, and if you added a commercial enterprise. Why? Because residential people go to, rush hours all at the same time, schools all at the same time. Commercial, in contrast, people come and go at different times depending on the stores that are in the complex. Publix, for example, in North Palm is not really busy in the morning rush hour. Not a surprise. That's not when most people do their grocery shopping. In other words, I'm a little skeptical about these models, and that work has never been done. In my observation as well, a lot of high density commercial areas, for example, I have a unit in Bay Colony. There's a lot of commercial that's attracted to residential. In Bay Colony, there are 119 units, so there are 119 HVAC systems that need repair several times a year. People have nannies, they have Ubers, they have Federal Expresses, they have Amazons. We have contractors, designers that spend the whole days and sometimes weeks in the parking lot working. So this business that residential is always less traffic intensive. I think the work actually hasn't been done on that. And I think we may actually have a real data point in the case of the Christmas tree lot that probably will be talked about at some point. So thank you.
I received no additional comment.
Yeah, you can have 30 seconds.
Report that each of you has from Mr. Davila. Okay. Quote, this option, the current option that we have, does not increase the number of dwelling units per acre or density, contrary to what somebody said that it's going to create Fort Lauderdale here, but reduces the required total gross floor area of commercial use space, thereby reducing intensity. Commercial uses provide more traffic and are more intensive use than residential uses. Now, if you don't agree with that, argue with Mr. Davila and ask him what his evidence is for stating this.
God.
I can't go back and forth. So look,
Not an argument.
Look, we're gonna open. You know what? We're gonna start discussion right now. Okay. I'm happy to open it up because I think people know where I stand on this, and I will be very straight with you. I don't believe Coretta was a big win. Coretta is massive. It is huge. And the unit base is per acre. So if you're maximizing and you want to maximize things, you are going to maximize on a per acre basis. So it has nothing to do with the actual unit base. And I never said that. And I did say that this is the path to Fort Lauderdale. And I'll give you a few reasons why very quickly. And I'll tell you why I like the 80-20 and why I'm hard on it. I am not saying in any way, shape, form that we're going to get a whole bunch of commercial. I am asking you to look at things from a negotiation standpoint and realize the reality of what this really is. So that 95.5, that sliding scale, that is fantastic in theory. It really is. But here's the problem. It's only fantastic in theory because it requires a perfect world. All right. It requires dealing with a developer on an even field and having master negotiators up here on the council. I assure you, we are not master negotiators, and we did not get the best deal in Coretta. I can tell you what happened with the art gallery up at the corner of Indiantown Road. That building is a portion of the size of what Coretta is going to be. They got over $1 million for public docks over there for Jupiter. Okay. So there's your give and take. It's different. So you can't come in here and push the 95.5 sliding scale and say that it's going to be a wonderful outcome. It is not. We're going to get crushed, and we're going to have Coretta on every single corner. The scope and build of these is the real issue. Okay. If we get 95.5 on all those corners, including Plaza La Mer and CVS, et cetera, I don't think you've ever seen anything so big. And no, you'll have 5% commercial, yay, but you'll have 95% residential. That's enormous. Big buildings, 4 or 5 stories, because 60 feet is the cap there. And these are big spaces. They can build a lot. Plaza La Mer is a lot of acreage. They can get a lot of units in there. Okay. If allowed to go to 95.5. The 80-20 that we are putting forward here is actually an attempt to conserve this town, much more so than you will ever see out of 95.5 or a scale. Very simply put, we all admit that commercial is prohibitively expensive. Developers don't want to build it. We all know that. Nobody wants commercial. There's no money in it. So when you force their hand at 20%, what happens? They shrink the scale of the whole build. They're forced to, because that's how they need highest and best use. And if you doubt me and you didn't get my write-up, go look at what happened with Pulte. They came in with a plan to build 2 condos, knocking on 60 feet with almost 80 units. That was their first plan. They have now come back with townhouses that are only 40 units and they don't exceed 43 feet. The Thirsty Turtles, they're 20% commercial. So there's no new commercial coming in at all. And we're getting buildings that are 20 feet shorter in height and a density that dropped to 40 from 80 on units. That's a fact. That is exactly the plan they came in. Okay. So that just proves my point that when you force their hand, they shrink the scale. The sliding scale situation is a real problem. And let's go look at Coretta again. Okay. I hate to point out the obvious, but if I wasn't up here, you wouldn't even have gotten the $500,000 out of Coretta. Okay. You would have gotten a couple of water fountains and some underground parking. That's not a public benefit. Okay. So, and I'm not saying I'm a master negotiator. I'm telling you that I'm not, and that if I'm not, I don't think the rest of the council is. So don't create a negotiation item that we are going to be steamrolled with and wind up with massive residential buildings. And I echo Jacob's comment. Let's go back to the idea of commercial versus residential on a traffic basis. Commercial has repairmen coming, has all kinds of things happening all throughout the day. This is traffic too. These are traffic increases. You get however many 100+ units on all those corners when all of that's built on each corner. We're talking increases of residents to the tune of 1,000+. There's going to be a lot more traffic from that than if they're shrunk in capacity and they're not able to get in these 80, 90, 100+ units. So there's less people, and the commercial's been kept to a minimum because they don't want to build the commercial. So if they don't want to build the commercial, we're not going to get a massive commercial. It's just, this is not, I have never said that I'm here to get us more commercial. That's not the plan here. The plan here is to keep what we have and keep from overdevelopment happening. And actually, if you want my honest opinion, I do believe Coretta is an overbuilt. I think it's too much. And I accept that we got some great things, but I'll also add that the architectural designs and stuff, you wouldn't have gotten that without me either. That was my team that put that together and met with Letchinger. So, these negotiations, and I still don't consider that a win. And I don't consider it a win because if we had 75-25 and it had been hard and fast, Coretta would be about 30 to 40% smaller in scope, I assure you. And that's where I'll leave my case on this. I stand by it. It's already proven by the Pulte situation because we're already shrinking the units there. The building's already down 20 feet or so. You can't argue with facts of things that are actually happening. We know Coretta's huge. Keep in mind, the 95.5 came into place right around the time Coretta came in. That's highly suspect too. So I'll leave it at that.
We'll start this way.
Well,
It's fine. You can go ahead.
just
I'm
gonna
going to
wanna
wait.
Wrap it up because I want to hear what everyone is
No,
saying.
I'm
if that's
going to
okay.
wrap it up. I'm not ready to speak yet.
Okay, I can speak. I completely agree with Alex. There are proponents who say, they talk about a sliding scale, meaning that a developer also being told 95% residential is okay, will voluntarily say, oh, I only want 75% or 85%. As proven by Coretta, the Coretta project, he will stay as close as he possibly can to 95%. Proponents say, for example, that the developer cannot build 40 big units if a developer cannot build 40 big units due to losing space to the 20% commercial, he will make up for the loss by building the same amount of units in the smaller scale. No way. Less square footage means lower sale prices. Developers are not known for making mistakes like that. Larger, more expensive units attract more high-end features like specialized kitchens, bathrooms, etc., all of which make more money for the developer. Proponents say that more commercial use will increase the traffic without showing adequate studies that confirm the assumption. Let me point out that commercial includes offices for doctors, dentists, therapists, lawyers, notaries, wealth managers, etc., which close about 5 p.m., not adding any traffic until 9 a.m. the next morning. Businesses naturally avoid locations where there is a collection of direct competitors. For example, have you ever found a mall where there is both a CVS and a Walgreens? Even higher-end restaurants stage the time that customers come and go via reservation systems in order to manage customer volumes. And of course, businesses are careful to stage their delivery during lower volume times so as not to crowd out their customer base. In case of the Coretta development, the only traffic study produced assumed 90% residential. The town never required a traffic study that assumed 80% or 75% residential use. We have no basis for saying that residential is less traffic intensive than commercial. The proponents also warn that we will have no control as to the businesses which are started. I would not worry about it. Any entrepreneur investing in a new venture will thoroughly research the opening of such a business and cater to the demands of that community and its immediate surrounding. He will not squander his own money. I wrote this up, but I personally would like to say we came to Juno Beach because we loved the small town atmosphere. Everybody agrees to this. And now we are for high rises with as many units where people live in class palaces, hardly leave their condo, have deliveries coming to their house, bringing food, having nannies going back and forth, having Amazon trucks coming, UPS truck, Uber services. Those people will create more traffic than a dentist or a lawyer or a therapist. Okay.
All right, I'm just going to stop it for 1 second because we do have the other public comment that's signed in. Anne, you can come up to the mic.
Apologize for being a little late. Ann Basso, 765 Hibiscus Avenue. For those of you who don't know a little bit about my background, I am a state certified commercial real estate appraiser, besides being a real estate broker. I worked for Callaway and Price for many years. They were the oldest and largest appraisal firm in South Florida, and I was in charge of doing their market studies besides appraisals. But I did market studies on feasibility for projects such as this, from Fort Lauderdale to Stewart. Anyway, before anyone is going to build on, everybody thinks that this commercial, the 80-20, you're going to build 20% commercial. No one's building 20% commercial on 5 acres in today's market. The basis of any valuation is highest and best use. There are 4 factors: physically possible. So your height, that's where your height, your setbacks. Legally permissible. Again, height, setbacks. Financially feasible. That's the biggest one. Financially feasible, and you're maximally productive. So by maximally productive, they mean, does it make sense to build a big box store on a corner such as Donald Ross and US 1? No, it doesn't. But the developers are going to have to figure out within the zoning codes how to make things work. If we give them a sliding scale, it lends just what happened with Coretta. They're already asking for another unit. After they're asking for valet, which we said no valet. This sliding scale gives them an opportunity to schmooze, to come in and say, oh, and then we set a precedent. We've already set a precedent. The line needs to be drawn in the sand. This is the zoning, deal with it. We've all of us live by rules. Every single one of us. We'd be running red lights, stealing, taking Gucci purses like they do in San Francisco if there were no rules. We need to stick. I understand developers want to make money, and they should. That's their business. I'm not against any of the developers per se. What I'm for is this town, 100%. And what's best for this town is to draw this line in the sand and let them.
You got 30 seconds. Okay. You got 30 seconds, Ann. If you can use it, you use 30 seconds.
And pass the rule 80-20 and be done with it. They'll figure it out. May sit empty. That's why that corner sat empty for so long. And the only reason it's being developed right now is because we gave them 95%.
Okay, so I think that's the last public comment. So we're closed there. We're back to discussion here. Are you up, Elaine?
Sure.
Go ahead.
So obviously everyone knows where I stand on this, so I'm not going to go into it like I did last meeting. I'll just state some few facts just to reiterate. I think tying our hands is a huge mistake. 95.5 scale does not mean that we are going to grant 95.5 to every single plot of land. This is evident by when Mr. Fiera came in here and we told him, nope, we want commercial on that land, and he left and he's working on it. So that's a prime example. Coretta, we said, yes, let's massage that. Let's work with it. We got a great project there. Mr. Fiera, let's work together, find something that's going to work great on that piece of property. Negotiations, let's come to the kitchen table, let's have conversations. And you draw a hard line in the sand, that's not realistic. That's not life. There's negotiations in every job. Juno Beach, we want quality over quantity. I disagree with a comment that was made that Juno Beach is open for business. Come on in, developers, develop your commercial. We want your commercial. I completely disagree with that. Yes, we are open for business. And yes, we want some commercial, but we do not want all commercial. We want to be a little bit choosy on that. Commercial does have needs. It has ACs that needs to be repaired. They need deliveries as well. So to say that a commercial entity is not going to need as much traffic or have as much traffic because of deliveries, well, that's just moot too, especially if you have a grocery store that's going to bring in tons of deliveries, or a restaurant or whatever. Pulte, yes, they went down, but in how many units. That being said, we as the council, staff, P&Z, and council has to agree to merge the two properties in order to let them use the Thirsty Turtle. So right there, you're not putting commercial on that project. So we're saying we want commercial, but yet we're allowing Pulte to use the Thirsty Turtle, so they're not putting commercial on that property. I'm just not quite understanding that. Then residents have a vested interest in the town. Commercial real estate doesn't. Like, if I run to, Target and I come home, I'm more vested here in my own space. And I care about what it looks like. And it's not just a turn the key, leave at 5 o'clock and go home. All right, sliding scale. And then what was said earlier about unintended consequences. We don't know. We can't say what commercial is going to come in. Sorry. So if we might get something in town that we don't want to see in town. And that is very true. And we can't stop it. And then we'll all be hitting our own heads. And let's see what else. And then, like Marianne just stated, competitors, right? You said a CVS and a Walgreens, I believe. You're not going to get that. That's correct. Plazas themselves have contracts with a hairdresser or a nail salon or whatever, with specialty services, coffee shops. There can only be like one per so many spaces. So you can't get, you're going to have empty storefronts. That's another unintended consequence. I just don't understand why we want to tie our hands. And I think we leave it alone. We leave it at 95.5. We have flexibility. It's project by project. It's not more intensive. It doesn't change the density, the dwelling units. I don't understand why we would want to change this.
Are you ready or do you want me to go? Okay. So this is a major decision in town. And I realize the community is seeing a lot of different opinions out there on what we think will happen. And with all due respect to Alex and Dee Dee, or Dee Dee, not yet, because you haven't said anything. We don't know what you're going to say, but Marianne, I need to go through all of these issues. And I'm going to go through all of these issues because there's a difference between opinion and what we think will happen and what the facts are. And I want to start by saying that no matter what someone believes the developer will do, we have zoning codes and developers are allowed to build to our zoning codes, both in height and in density. Coretta did not go above our building codes. Well, they did. They went to 5 stories. We're 4 stories, 60 feet, or 5 stories, 60 feet. So Alex, even though you believe that a developer won't build as much residential, I have to base my opinion on this on the zoning codes because we cannot stop them from building what's allowed in our zoning code, either from a height or a density standpoint, unless planning and zoning and this council decides they want to change the zoning code. And to do that, that has to go through planning and zoning and it has to go through council. But why are we saying we're going to put it up to 20? We're going to mandate a 20%. And I will say mandate 20% because they have to put at least 20% commercial in. They can't go below that. That's it. So you're requiring them to do that. Why are we changing this code to do something that you should be doing in our zoning codes? Why aren't we just doing it within the zoning code? But how much residential they build is not actually the issue. It's not actually the issue what they're going to build from a residential standpoint. It's the mandate on the 20% commercial that's going to hurt this town. That's the issue. It's too much commercial, too much traffic. I do not believe our roads can handle it. And I think it's going to present an issue in this town in the future. The very reason the current code is a sliding scale and it was put in place in 2022, and Elaine mentioned this, was because of our concern about traffic and an overabundance of commercial development. And it was a very thought out process during that time, and 5 council members decided on it. So we need to control.
No.
The development.
4 council members.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did not vote for it.
I'm sorry, Alex.
I did not vote for it. To this day, I don't support it.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm sorry, I'll correct that. But the very reason that the current zoning code and the sliding scale of 525 was put in place in 2022 was because of the overabundance of commercial development. It was well thought out. We wanted to control those developers. And I'm not willing to hedge a bet on that they're not going to build out and put in 18 units per acre, because they can. Developers do maximize what they put in our town, and they can do that. So we can't say that they're going to put in, we'll make them put 20% commercial and they won't build as much residential. That's just a guess. Why, how can we possibly guess on something so important to this town? But again, what's critical here is not how much residential they're going to be putting in, but the 20% commercial mandate. I'm going to get to the Christmas tree lot in just a second. So I want to go back to this massive buildings, these enormous buildings in massive density. There's no such thing as massive and enormous density in this town. It's what is allowed in our zoning book. So anybody that's saying there's massive development going to happen if we don't control the commercial, that's absolutely false. You want to control your density and your height. You got to do it through your zoning code, and you have to bring it into council and planning and zoning. And that has to be done through us. So they have a right to build to a certain amount. What I think I'm hearing here is we're guessing that they're not going to build. Again, I'm not going to go on that. I have to go on what is allowed in our code, because I think a developer is going to do that. So it's an assumption to say developers will build smaller buildings, less residential, less square footage. We're assuming that. That's not. And you gotta let me finish, because I heard everybody assuming the same thing. And this, I'm very passionate about this too, because I believe that this is going to be bad for our town. This was not in the this is not in the best interest of Juno Beach, because not only will they put up their 18 units that they could put up, but they will build smaller units. And when they build smaller units, they could actually lease those out. We can't control that. So this could be a predominant use of rentals versus people that make their home here. And that's important to me. I don't believe Pulte is a good example, because we do have to approve a unity of control there. And has anybody done their homework on how much commercial actually has to go in there?
Yes.
Okay, good. So if you look,
I have to short by a minor amount. It can be
they're short
adjusted.
by 5,500 square feet. If they put up 2,400 on each unit, that's 88,000. So we have to have more commercial development there. Where are they going to put it?
No,
They're
we
gonna-
don't. We just have to
Alex,
force them to shrink the bill.
No, because you have to. No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, so we can't debate what they're going to do. We just know they have to put 5,500 square feet more commercial. That's more traffic. For me, it's more traffic. So, but it is
No,
because,
okay,
but wait, let me
it-
finish.
we can
So
only
you
speak
got to
from here.
you got to hear everything that someone is saying, okay? Because we can't, again, I'm going to get to the point of more traffic here in just a second. So they're definitely going to have to put 55 if they stay with the site plan that they've shown us. It will be around 5,500 more square feet of commercial. I believe this is pro-development. I believe it's pro-commercialization. I don't think that a council should. I do not believe that council should use have a developer build. I don't think a developer will build less than what is in our code, because you're forcing them to put 20% commercial in. Also, I've also heard up here that, that the council wants more empty, or council wants more leasable space in town. So we want more commercial, right? But does that mean we're going to get more empty, unleasable space in town? We already have that in existing plazas. We have it in Loggerhead. We have it in other areas. An excessive amount of retail establishments can lead to more non-lease space, as well as it can harm our existing businesses, because what you're doing is you're diluting those businesses, their revenues. You could be forcing them out of town as you get more businesses coming in here. We have 70 in town right now. It includes 27 restaurants, 2 gyms, 2 ice cream stores, 10 retail and gift shops, not to mention the professional office building. And again, with this new development, we're getting more commercial. You can't stop that, even if we give them 5%, but we're not necessarily going to give them 5%. Why should we inundate this town with commercial and dilute our existing retail establishments and businesses? I just don't get that. I've also heard that the land will stay empty. Land's at a premium. I don't believe this council should push 20% development in the hopes that they won't build or they'll just sell the land. This should be not based on guessing what a developer will do. I'd rather have residential any day with quality project and less traffic than over commercialization. I'm going to go through some facts here. It's not just 5% that is being stated, but council has that sliding scale between 5 and 25. I know that it's been said 5 and 95, but it's really 5 and 25. It's a sliding scale. It doesn't mean we give 5%. We didn't have to give 7.8% for Coretta. And I tell you, that was 26,000 square feet we added for Coretta. That's a lot of square feet when you consider Thirsty Turtle's only 16,000. How much more commercial would that have meant? 65,000 square feet in the Coretta project. I did my numbers on it with Frank. It doesn't matter what you think is not financially feasible.
And
Anyway, I'll get
thank
into
you.
that some more, Ann, too.
He's allowed to speak.
So fact, having a 525 sliding scale does not take away any existing commercial and still adds extra commercial in town. But the town is then able to dictate to the developer any additional commercial based on each lot. And it's exactly what Jim said. Jim hit the nail on the head. You want to be able to dictate to each one of these parcels how much commercial. If we want 25 on one parcel, that's fine. If we want 15 on another, that's fine. But why would we not have that option of having that sliding scale? Fact, traffic engineering studies show that commercial creates 4 to 5 times more traffic and more intensity than residential does. It's not an opinion of mine. It's an opinion of traffic engineers. So that's what we need to look at. Fact, traffic congestion on our roads and overdevelopment is a concern for our residents. Fact, council set the sliding scale in 2020 because we wanted to retain our current commercial in town and be able to control overdevelopment, which produces high intensity. Fact, developers can still put the same number of residential units, so more commercial does not mean less residential. Fact, council cannot control what type of commercial establishments go into a commercial site, except for fuel stations, convenience stores, hotels and motels, restaurants, and ALFs. So even though we might want a barbershop, even though we might want some lovely quaint shops, council cannot tell that developer what to put in. We already have a lot more commercial just by the mere fact the sites will be developed. So my final thoughts on this are, my concern is that Juno Beach has only 2 roads, US 1 and Donald Ross. We are so close to the ocean here. We don't have the roads to support this type of commercial. It's going to have an overall impact on our roads and our town. Residential has lower intensity and a lower impact. And we need to look at giving Juno Beach citizens what they want, and that's less traffic in this town. So I want to just compare what we're looking at here. When you talk about 20%, you're looking at not only future developments or the development on the Christmas tree lot, but Plaza Lemire site. What's going to be added extra to the Christmas or Thirsty Turtle, our south entrance at Captain Charlie's, Kathy's Beach connection, not to mention what happens if CVS and the Holiday Inn Express and the Fish House are developed. And what about the Papaquan area and Pedigo area? That's another one that can be developed, and it's going to require 20% commercial. We have to consider the long-term implications of this decision before we make changes to this code. So I believe these decisions need to align with the interests of the community, and we can't compromise the character and the charm of this town. So, you know, I'm going to just mention a few things. You know, first of all, I know someone just mentioned that developers won't deal with this. I think that was mentioned by Ann. Developers aren't going to deal with it. Guess who's going to deal with this in the end? It's going to be us. It's going to be the people that live here. The developers are going to build their 20%. They're going to build their residential and they're going to walk away. But you're forcing them to build 20% commercial. You're telling them that's what we got to have here. And I don't think we should do that. Jacob, you know, we did have the numbers for Goretta. We did have that traffic engineer. I just wanted to mention that. And there was some statistics on that. And I don't think anyone on this board is a professional traffic engineer. So I think it's beneficial for all of council to consider working with professionals on this before we make any significant decisions that's going to impact Juno Beach for years to come. And with that said, I'm going to put a motion on the table that council look at getting some professionals to consult us before making significant decisions that will impact Juno Beach. So that motion is on the table.
Do we have?
There a
Is
second?
there a second?
I'll second it, but yeah.
I'll conduct a roll call. Mayor Cook,
No.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem Hosta,
No.
Vice Mayor Wheeler,
Yeah.
Councilmember Halpern,
No.
Councilmember Kotrunakis,
Yes.
passes 3-2.
No, it
Failed.
failed 3-2. Yes, DD was a no.
Okay.
It failed 3-2.
I-
So you already threw out the motion, so you ended the game right there. So I'm gonna counter a couple of
can't see.
things. No, I'm gonna,
Should I go?
I'm
You
actually,
go.
you know, I'm gonna, well.
You go while you have it fresh on your mind.
I'm gonna, because I was throwing some notes here because you threw a motion out there. So first and foremost, and I'll get to this in a moment, but I don't know how you can say that Pulte's not a good example. It's a perfect example, but the fact is, no one up here, especially not me, is saying we want more commercial. I have never said that once. In fact, everything I've written has said we don't want more commercial. We don't want the scope of anything to exceed certain levels. Coretta saying it's 65,000 square feet of commercial would have existed to get their build. That's a complete falsehood, because the fact is 65,000 square foot of commercial there is not feasible, profitable, or realistic. Therefore, it would not happen. In fact, what would happen is the alternate. They would have kept the same amount of square footage that they did, the 20,000 some odd square feet, and the building itself would have been half the size, because that would have been the only way they would have been able to do that. So it is a fact. It's not conjecture, and I'm not guessing what the developers will do. I'm telling you what they will do. This is exactly what they will do. I've had developers tell me this, that this is what they will do. I'm not, I've never lied to anyone up here. Okay. I've always spoken the truth, and I've always given you straight answer where I stand on everything. And I'm telling you right now, first and foremost, I have always been the one that has been the most anti-development here. We all know that. It's we had one developer send me a cease and desist, threatened to sue me because I considered his building ugly. And that was when I ran for election. So to say in any way, shape, form that I'm trying to push builds of increased commercial or anything is completely bogus. I'm actually telling you that, and I don't want to discount people up here, but I'm going to very, very straightforward. I am the only one with this level of negotiation experience. I'm the only one that's been in boardrooms and dealt with this kind of stuff. I'm I'm an ex-debt trader. My whole life was negotiation. And I'm telling you that I am not a master negotiator, and do not do a sliding scale, because a sliding scale is the road to Fort Lauderdale. Every single time we will get 95.5, and we will get bigger buildings, because the corner build outs will be bigger. It's all right. And so I'm telling you, I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the path to keep Juno Beach small, beautiful, and controlled. And I want also everyone to remember, this is only in the commercial district area. This does not affect our residential areas. All right. So that's item number one. Item number two, if they want to build just commercial, they can build 100% commercial. There is no restriction on that. There never was. This is their key to get residential. And the fact is here, no matter what, we have the density increase, because residential is what they want. They don't want the commercial. And since they could always build 100% commercial, but won't do it, we know when we force their hand, they're still not going to do it. So the fact is, the residential density does shrink because they build less units. And I will go back to the Pulte, because they did come in with their initial plans were 2 condos complexes of roughly 60 feet. 5 stories, which basically they were shooting at doing the Coretta thing all over again. And that was 100% residential because there was no even attempt to absorb the thirsty turtle at that point. Okay. The only reason they changed things is because they saw that this was not going to fly, because there's a lot of pushback now and people want things smaller in scope and smaller in scale in this town. So yes, now they're trying to grab for the thirsty turtle property to make their 20% mark. But guess what? They can't do more build on there for commercial because there's no real room to pull that off with that 20%. The reality of here is going to happen. They're going to end up being forced to bring their actual townhouse build to a slightly smaller scale to meet that 20%. They might be able to inch out a few extra square foot with outdoor seating and things like that at the Thirsty Turtle when they rebuild that facility. But the reality is they're kind of locked into this plan now because they cannot exceed what they have if we go to 80-20. We go to 95-5 and we stick to that. I am telling you right now, and I am being very honest with you and very straightforward with you, they will come back to us with a plan where they want to absorb the Thirsty Turtle and they want to build condos to the maximum density that they can get in there. And they will throw the whole townhouse thing out the door. And if you're worried about your traffic on Floral Drive, you're going to have a couple of condos that are looking out over you that are going to be much bigger than the townhouses. That's exactly what will happen. I'm not conjecturing on this. I know these developers. I'm friends with some of them. They're very honest with me, and they know that I'm here to stop most of their builds. They're very honest with me, and they will tell you very straight, highest and best use. It's always highest and best use. Highest and best use is condos all day long. That is where they make maximum money. That is why we have people making plays for our condos on the waterfront here that they are trying to possibly push through 12 to 15 story condominiums in and blow up some of the condos that are already here. That's because the highest and best use is condos. It is not commercial. And so the final thing I just have to say is I am not trying to increase your commercial. And I think that's where the confusion is. The very fact is, I am telling you, I am trying to shrink the scale of everything in this community so that we stay the way we are. And yes, there will be situations where they will sell the property because they don't want to build when they're thrown a situation like that. And I think I'm going to open the floor to Dee Dee because she has not spoken.
And then Alex, I need to ask you a couple
So
questions.
I'm just going to read from Division 14 of our code, Commercial General Zoning District, Section 34-625 purpose. Item A, the purpose of the Commercial General Zoning District is to provide attractive and efficient retail shopping and personal service uses to be developed either as a planned unit or in individual parcels. Goes into retail drive-in businesses are not permitted. To enhance the general character of the district, its compatibility with its residential surroundings, this district is also suitable for professional, administrative, and general sales offices together with certain commercial uses designed primarily to serve employees in the district. Then it goes into preferred uses. So I get it with the residential is going to a preferred permitted use, but in the commercial general zoning district, it seems that our town's intention was never to have this exclusively residential. And I get that with the sliding scale, no one's saying it's going to be exclusively this or exclusively that. But the fervor with which the developers are approaching us to build the residential, I don't think is going to benefit the town. So the quid pro quo and bartering, I don't think is good for us. That doesn't sit well with me. We did get Coretta to give us an expansion of the police department, and hopefully that will serve us well. But I don't like playing let's make a deal with the town. I think that if developers know that we're willing to give away that much to get something, just something doesn't feel good about that. I think the negotiations aren't going to go in our favor at the end. These are just, sorry, I prepared some comments, but I feel like and I hear from other residents, you know, there's passion on both sides of the argument. Some of our citizens are vehemently opposed to commercial. Some don't want more residential. They don't want residential towers on I think CVS is there to stay, but we could potentially have 3 Corettas on 3 corners. Now, will council allow it at the time? It depends who's sitting on the council. And, today we could say, well, we're not going to approve this, but we don't know what this council composition will be a year or 5 years from now. We also, I think, have to think about who are we building this for? If we add some commercial to some projects, I believe it serves the town and the residents and the services that we may need. If we build large residential, it's primarily for the developer's profit margins. So I think we should be building for us and our needs in mind. There's a human impact from residential as well. If residential is built out, we could have 200, 100 units per corner, 200 people per building. So now we're getting 600 more residents. Maybe commercial doesn't have the same impact. There's different impacts, but to say that residential doesn't have any impact or any traffic, it would be ridiculous to say that. If those 600 people from those condos decide to go west across the Donald Ross Bridge at the same time, you'd better believe there's going to be a huge impact. Regarding the proposed project for the Christmas tree lot, I went over the numbers with Frank, and I'm giving an approximation. It seemed that that project, for it to work with an 80-20 ratio, if that developer chooses to use those thresholds, would require an addition of approximately 5,500 square feet of commercial space to complete that project. So 5,500 square feet is a little bit bigger than the size of the existing bank that's there. That could be achieved through the addition of, maybe one storefront. They could add seating area to the Thirsty Turtle so more people can sit and eat, and it preserves our corner. We want to keep things the way they are. Well, if we do approve that project, that corner, although there would be 40 townhomes or 7 buildings, the corner itself would be largely preserved as is. And I'm going to make a motion to pass the resolution that's in front of us.
Well, actually, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
What's the one that
Motion?
She put, Dee Dee put a motion down. We need a second.
I would make a motion to approve ordinance number 765.
We still have discussion with the
Um,
motion, or do you need to?
I need a second before discussion.
Seconded.
okay, so we're gonna have a roll call.
Can we have discussion
You can
before
have
roll
more
call?
discussion.
It's up to,
Yeah, you can have more discussion after there's a
Yeah,
motion.
you can speak if you want to ask me a question. Go ahead.
So Alex, you keep referring to this as 5 and 95. Why not 525? Why do you refer to it as 5 and 95? Is that because
90
you believe that's what they'll put in, or?
So 95.5 is the maximum. That is correct on the sliding scale. The simple fact is getting to 80-20 or 75-25, allowing 95.5 to stand, requires all kinds of negotiation tactics. And every developer will come in as close as they possibly can to 95.
So,
And that, no, they will, because where's their maximum profit? It is residential condo. And so they will always come in as close as they can to 95 every single time, if that's allowed. So we have to then fight to pull them back, and
it is a
it's not going
council,
to happen. And
as a discussion point, just kind of back and forth, it is a council decision that what we give them, we don't need to give them 5%. So why are we stuck on that 5% mark that they're always going to come in? Because we look at them and we say, nope, go back to the drawing board, go back to the drawing board. That's not going to work for us. But I think the key to what I'm saying is that even at 7.8%, you got a ton of commercial on the Coretta project, and they have a right to build out, height and density, like I said, and their setbacks. And so we can't stop that, but we're pushing them to do 20% and making them do 20%. The other question I had is, that you're saying?
Well, you want me to answer that one again? Because I'll go back to what I said when we voted on this originally a little over a year ago, and I was the lone vote against it. And I go back to the fact that my experience is doing debt trading and negotiating. And the first thing I said was, do not ever add another negotiation item to the table. You will lose every time because you have to create more negotiation tactics.
I think we won on Coretta. I think we won a lot. And during that process, I was telling Coretta what we needed, the underground. I don't want to see parking along the streets. I wanted one of the businesses to be open during the day and not just in the evening. I think all of us were working on the Coretta project, including planning and zoning. So we all contributed quite a bit to that. But
is that a public benefit?
They're all public benefits. We were getting public benefits from them in the end.
I think the only
100%.
the only public benefit we really got was the $500,000 for the police.
We got public benefit of the artwork, of the extra seating for our residents on the, we didn't have to get that. I worked
Public benefit has to
at
benefit
getting,
public as a whole. I would tell you the developer was going to do the artwork anyway.
well, then what about the seating that we got? Because I ended up getting seating for that. And I got the seating moved so that the residents could go over there and sit down and we had room for them. That was something that I worked. That's a public
I believe
benefit.
he was
It's a
proposing
public
that.
benefit as far as when it's opened, the
No,
businesses and when
public-
they're open.
No, because
For lunch and not
so the
just,
count is the building, if as it is now, doesn't even exist. So the public benefit is that there is no traffic from time frame going in and out right now. So that argument is a fallacy. So the fact is, if you force their hand on the 20%, they would have never built to the scope that they're building because they wouldn't want to have that commercial. It would never have been an issue.
so you're hoping they're not going to build it all because they're not going to.
No.
Exactly
No,
why.
so no, this is the problem here. And this is where I think the confusion is rising. I said, and I've said this many times, one of two things happens. They shrink the scope because they don't want the commercial and nobody wants the commercial. Or they sell it to the next developer who can build at the scales that they want. And in either case, we win because the property becomes empty, maybe a little bit longer if they don't develop it. Or if they do develop it, they shrink the whole scale of the build. And this is exactly what happened with
But
Pulte.
you're assuming that they would shrink the build because they could just put the 20% commercial in and they could put all of the residential that they're allowed. So it's still an opinion. What I'm saying
No,
is,
it's not an opinion
wait,
because you're
wait,
not
wait,
doing
wait.
the math.
Yes, I-
Math is the core to
no,
to
you're,
all of
what you're
this.
doing is trying to act as a developer. You don't know what those developers are going to do. That's the problem.
I do
You're,
this. They want to make money. They
Yes.
don't make money with the
they
commercial.
do, but you can't say for sure that a developer
I
is going
think-
to do that.
So I
I
just
do
want
have
to
another
I want to interject just one thing. The special exception would apply to the 80-20. So it would be 75-25. And to get the 80-20 or a margin in between, it's still a sliding scale, albeit a 5%
tighter
sliding
one.
scale.
Yeah.
It's not a hard either 75-25 or 80-20. It's a scale between those two.
Right. And
And
if they
a
could,
special exception request for to go to either threshold of up to 80 or down to 20, they're still negotiating for people who want to negotiate. There's negotiation power within that 5%. And maybe they'll negotiate a little harder if that's what you're looking for, because they'll be working to get the 5% rather than just assuming they're going to,
Well,
get
it-
more. So
Katie, have you thought that they would just take the 25% and not even
and
have to
I'd-
come in front of
in
us?
either
Because
case, we're-
it's the difference between 20
I'm
and
not debating this any
25%.
further. I
We're
think we've
almost at
stated.
9.
Can I
There is
take
a
a roll
vote on
call?
the table.
I just want to,
Yes.
can I just say one more thing? It's going to be quick. So I don't believe that things haven't been built because of our code. I think things haven't been built because of the economy. And now we're in a better place with the economy. So people are now eager to move and we've had the influx because of COVID. The other part of this is the variance. People aren't going to come, the developers aren't going to come for the variance for 80-20. It's just not enough of a scale for them to even put in. They're just going to come and go straight 75-25.
Mhm.
And we're not going to have a say, period, as to what happens. It's just not worth it for them. And then the other thing is I'd rather have 500 more neighbors than empty Loggerhead, Plaza La Mer storefronts.
Well, I mean, so we're also assuming that these people are going to contribute to the town. There's a lot of the Ocean One units, I don't know how many, that were never even moved into. People bought them to flip them as a real estate investment. And a concern with luxury units sometimes is, is this a portfolio chip for somebody, or is it somebody who's really coming to live in the town and contribute to the fabric of what makes Juno Beach, Juno Beach?
Well, I can
Someone
answer
will.
that. I live directly behind them and they are snowbirds. They are, they're there. They're part of our neighborhood. I've got to know a few of them. The developer himself lives in there.
Paying taxes?
Okay.
I don't
Okay,
think.
I'm going to cut this conversation because we do have a roll call going and we do have a bunch of more items to go through.
Councilmember Halpern?
I made the motion.
Yeah,
to-
aye.
Aye, okay.
Councilmember Kotranakis?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem Hosta?
Aye.
Vice
Yep.
Mayor Wheeler?
Nay, and I'm going to say that this is adding more commercial.
Mayor Cook?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2. Thank you.
Okay. This is ordinance 767. This is a date change on the municipal election.
I'll
I'll
make a
read by
motion.
title, then it'll be Caitlin's.
Well, yeah, I mean, do we need to, I mean, this one seems like a formality that we kind of have to accept.
I just have to read whether you want to
Okay,
have any
okay.
discussion after
Got
that.
it.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
no,
You don't have to have any discussion. So that's fine. An ordinance to the town council of the town of Juno Beach, Florida, changing the date of the March 2024 general election to coincide with the statewide presidential preference primary, providing for a qualifying period, providing for the commencement of term of office, directing the town clerk to provide a copy of this ordinance to supervisor of elections, providing for severability conflicts and an effective date.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 767, 2024 municipal election date change on first reading.
I actually just had one question.
Well, that's fine. Y'all said
We
you have-
need a second.
Well, do we have any public comment on this one?
That I received.
Okay.
Question was just on section 4.
Well,
where-
Dee Dee can just check one thing because we do have the motion. I need a second first and then you can speak.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have the second. Now you can speak.
Sorry, the section 4, the wording that talks about the term of office for any
Mhm.
council member elected. It just seemed, why is this talk about the term of office when it has to do with just a date change?
Well, because it's going to start a week. It's just going to start later. So it's part of that. If you move the election date, you have to say when the term will start.
Then I'm,
It's just a formality.
okay, thank you.
Mayor Cook?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wheeler?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem Hosta?
Aye.
Councilmember Kotranakis?
Aye.
Councilmember Halpern?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, we have the Auditor Selection Committee.
I'll introduce this one. So because we are picking a new town auditor, there is a statutory section that prescribes how you have to go about doing this. So the town needs to appoint an auditor selection committee. Needs to be at least 3 members. One of the members must be a member of the town council, and that member will chair the committee. The committee is primarily responsible, I think Matt referred to it before, of putting together the RFP, evaluating the proposals, and then making a recommendation to the town council. Now, it's the committee's choice whether they want to include compensation as part of the evaluation factors. And that impacts the council's decision, but it's really a committee's decision. Because if compensation is not part of the of their evaluation, then the council has to pick the top ranked firm. If compensation was one of the factors, the council shall select the highest ranked firm unless the council documents in the public records a reason why that firm's not selected. But that's generally the compensation, non-compensation would be a decision of the committee.
Mr. Mayor. But I know you guys have several resumes to talk about and to pick your committee. So, obviously you have to determine if you're going to pare that down to how many committee members. Just a couple of recommendations I'd like to make for you is that I would suggest that you also have someone from another governmental entity sit on the committee, either as a voting member or an advisor, just so they can help you through the process. I have spoken with the finance director of Seacoast Utility, and she's willing to participate if you so choose to have her on the committee. Secondly, I would like for the council to consider asking the committee to evaluate, and I've spoken with Mr. Ventura on this as well, and we're both in agreement that we're both brand new here. And so we would like to see some control audits done and some recommendations. And so whether you do that as part of the singular auditor that's hired to give those controls, or you guys hire a separate organization that does the controls evaluation, whichever the committee feels appropriate.
Okay.
So one of the questions I had is when we,
Well, can I just ask one thing real quick? I don't want to cut you off, but we only got 4 resumes, including Troxel, who Peggy just brought
we
in.
had 5.
Well, so Ellen Andel didn't submit a resume and neither did Michael Mole.
So are we considering that letter? Did we specifically ask for a resume? I think we said a letter of interest.
Correct.
So I think even though they didn't put in a
Okay, I
resume.
thought we requested a resume. Am
Letter of intent.
I wrong on that?
Letter of interest, and resume and or letter of interest.
Oh, resume and or letter of interest. Okay. All right.
I think one of the
Fair enough.
problems was that from the beginning, we didn't talk about a selection process or how to rank applicants, or if we were going to do a random selection. My understanding was, if I had to do the numbers, we have 5 committee members plus 1 council member plus 1 proposed external member. I appreciate Mr. Troxel submitting a resume, but it was past the deadline, and I thought that's not fair to the others.
Caitlin, do you?
I just want to specify that was a deadline for any that staff received to prepare for the memorandum. So it's up to council who they wish to individually choose.
Okay.
That's it for
I
now.
believe it should be accepted. I thought it was submitted, and that when I went to Caitlin and she told me it hadn't been. So I'd like that.
So are,
I don't have any further.
so your
comments.
thought is we should have 5 plus the 2,
Plus,
plus the 2, so 7 in total?
yes, 5 plus 1. I mean, the 1 council member as a representative, which is essential, right?
Required.
Was required, and then the external person that
So-
David recommended.
Government. finance.
Okay, so 6, right? 6. So then we're selecting 4 from these.
So we're keeping these 5 who first, I would propose to keep the 5 who first submitted through the town's website through the
Okay.
process. Plus
Okay.
1 council, plus 1 external.
So
And Dee Dee, why would you not want to accept John Troxel's?
I stated just before that the deadline was missed and I felt it wasn't fair to others.
But it actually wasn't a deadline for that.
I
so-
believe that Caitlin, in the email that went out to residents, that it stated there was a deadline. Didn't it give a deadline date of June 19th or something?
6 there.
To receive that way that I could prepare the memorandum of whatever the staff gets. So it's
I
still
just
up
don't,
to the
I just don't
council,
think it's fair to slip something in afterwards. That's,
But you had to, you did get the resume. Could we vote on that?
When?
Because I would like
When was
to.
the cutoff?
June 19th.
Oh,
I just don't
Okay.
think it's fair. We have a cutoff date and let's use it.
But it is up to council, so let us.
Then
you
I'm
know,
against
if it's
opening-
acceptable to council.
so then
to
let's have a
accept.
consensus on this.
The only other comment I would like to make, and I don't feel strongly either way, but it's just, we have some on here that are already sitting on another capacity, another board.
That's a good point.
And I was just, we put this out this way we could get more interest, more involvement from the town residents. So that's the only thing I would say with Mr. With the 2, with Jacob and John. Sorry for the last, I'm not gonna say last name. Those are my only comments with that. They already sit on a different board, so let's just, if we're wanted to bring down the scope, we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4 that have sent in a letter of interest or a resume, the government finance person that David recommended, and then one of our council members.
So let me ask you, when the council member sits on this committee, are they a voting member of the committee?
Yes,
Okay, they're not
they're a
just,
voting member and chair. He or she.
And I would recommend that that Alex hold that position, just because it's usually held by a mayor, and Jason Halsecorn was a previous mayor, and he was on the audit committee, so I would have no problem with Alex holding that position.
I agree with that.
Okay, well,
Alex, would you accept?
Yes, I will accept, but what I wanted to get at before we even got there was the Troxel situation, because I said that right, Troxel? So I'm just asking, I know Dee Dee's a no, but I want a consensus vote real quick. If you wish to allow him into the option, so we have a sixth person.
Do we not have enough of the number? Do we need an odd number for this?
We have the number, but I think we should make a judgment call, because as Caitlin pointed out, even though there was a time frame on it, it was for the submission side. So Peggy's not wrong in submitting him. And I get your point, Dee Dee, and I completely understand, but I still feel that we have to make a decision as a group. Can we, maybe he doesn't make the cut, but we have to decide at this moment if he's in the list, yes or no.
My yes.
Okay, so we have a yes and a no.
I don't, yes, we can consider him.
Okay, Marianne?
I think we should consider him.
So I'm going to say that I think we should consider him too, because I feel that it is the appropriate way to go. So that passes. So he's in play. And then the two that are on other committees are Jacob and who's
Mr. Troxel.
Mr. Troxel,
Oh, that's right. You're on. Okay. All right.
Charter Committee.
All right. Well,
In some towns, people who I'm looking on other town websites, when they have boards and committees, and it has rules about shall not serve on more than one.
Yeah, some do.
What does North Palm Beach do?
North Palm, you can serve on more than one as long as they don't have quasi judicial functions, but it's discouraged, and the council has been lately not appointing people to more than one committee. Been cognizant of it when they do their
I have a
appointments.
question. Will the Charter Review Committee meetings end before this begins? Is there an overlap in the meetings?
I believe so, yes.
Charter review ends in August, right?
Yeah, charter goes into August.
Right. You got to get this out because you got to start as soon as possible.
So it could, but it
New
could be like a
finance director
Tuesday.
shaking his head.
It's not unheard of to put committee members on two committees.
No, there's nothing that
Individuals on two
prohibits it.
committees. And I think we have to look at, their credentials. We have to look at their resumes and what we're getting in. And I hate to eliminate some people just because they're on another committee.
Again, we wanted diversity. We wanted to engage more of the community. We already have them engaged. We have 4 other candidates. I'd hate to turn them.
Well, and that's why I thought, let's hold with the people who first submitted their resumes, because they're not typically engaged in the town, and let's give them a chance to be involved.
Well, that would be James, Leonard, Michael, and Ellen you're saying, right, Dee Dee? Those
I
4.
didn't hear what you're saying.
The 4, James, Leonard, Michael, and
I
Ellen.
thought we
I'll
got
go
5.
first names
Am I
here.
not counting?
yeah, it would be correct.
And you're leaving out John.
You're leaving
Jacob
out
and
John and
Brock
Jacob.
would be off. I have to just throw something out here so that people, because I just covered it over here. Since I will be gone for most of the month of July, am I able to zoom in, or should I not be on this?
You are able to zoom in as long as there's a quorum, but you need to be the chair if you're the council representative. So it might be hard to chair via Zoom, but again, that's your choice.
Well, I'm throwing this out there. I mean,
Council's
that's the reality I have. I will be gone for at least 3 weeks.
If you feel you can fulfill the duty, then I would say do it. If you question.
Do I believe I can do it? Yes, I believe I can, as long as we have, people in order over here. Yes.
And how frequent are the meetings? Are they weekly, or what's the frequency of them? Or is he just going to Zoom one meeting?
It could be similar to the charter, like bi-weekly.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't take that long because basically, we have a base RFP, then the committee can make whatever modifications the committee believes should be made. If you look for RFP for auditor selection from municipality to municipality, there's a lot of similarities. There are some variations depending on, each municipality's unique needs, but I don't know if it would take that many meetings, but Mr. Ventura, I think, wants to say something.
Yes, please.
Evening, Mayor, Council, Michael Ventura, Finance Director. Just the first meeting is usually the first meeting to look over the RFP. Once that is done, you give yourself about 30 to 45 days to receive the RFPs. You'll meet again, evaluate the RFPs. And you can either, based on your scoring, select a auditing firm at that time, or you could bring them back for interviews. If you say you can narrow it down to the top 3. So those will be 2 meetings then, and then once that's it. So you're really going to look at 2 to 3 meetings. That's it. But time is of the essence, since our fiscal year ends at 9:30. That usually want the auditors, usually they start testing in August. So here you are 30, 45 days out. By the time you do the selection, bring a contract back to the council. They'll be behind the 8 ball about 30 to 45 days in a normal process. So time.
What
is
I'm
of the
hearing
essence.
from you then is there'd only be 1 meeting in July.
There, you'll have the selection committee, and then you'll probably put out 30 days. Yeah, so the next meeting will be in August to early
Okay.
August to be able to.
So
elect the
I would
committee.
only be offsite for 1 meeting. Okay, thank you.
Unless we pull it together before you leave, but I don't know what day you're leaving.
Yeah, I thought about that too.
Yeah, I don't want to.
No,
Yeah.
the 5th. Yeah, soon.
Yeah, okay.
But so back to the selection then. So we're going to go with the remaining 4. Is that
Well, then who's out? Is anybody out?
Jacob and John Troxel would be out in this scenario because they're already on the charter in this scenario. And that's going to be the decision here. And if that's the decision, then we're accepting the other 4.
I would be okay with that.
Okay.
I'm proceeding that way.
I have
Else?
4 in favor. Marianne, are you in favor?
I didn't
Um,
make a. Yeah,
We
didn't
should
make
probably have a motion.
Motion.
Okay.
I do want a motion.
So, David, I'm sorry, is it a government finance? Who is it? The
It's the
Seacoast?
finance director for Seacoast, correct?
Finance Director Seacoast, yeah, and I think that's actually a good choice because it's not a municipality or anything. It's a utility entity that we actually don't do a whole lot with because they only cover a certain area.
And I also believe that we're going to be revisiting the audit formation of an ongoing audit committee. And I think if and when we reconsider that, we can open that up
Yeah, that's
again.
different.
This is just for one very specific purpose.
Correct.
And charter review be over by then anyway.
And I would like to, make sure that either the town manager or the town attorney is sitting in these as well, right? Will you be at them? You'll be at them?
I haven't, I didn't do it last time. It was really while it's usually the finance director is more involved,
Okay,
but I'm
finance
happy to
director.
do it. But I don't know if I need to. It's more of it's not really a legal issue,
I'm
but
sorry, or Michael, if you'd like to sit in, or town manager, one of you.
they can act as advisors.
Yes, I'd be happy to be an
Yeah.
advisory
I think that would be
capacity.
good.
I've actually sat on Seacoast, selected on Seacoast Utilities Audit Advisory Committee, as well as the town in Palm Beaches, as well as a couple other ones. So I'm very familiar with the process and be happy to advise the committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, then I'd be happy to make a motion that town council initiate the audit committee with should I name the individuals or how do you want me to do this?
Yeah.
Okay, with Ellen Endell, James Papadakis, Leonard Talca, Michael Mole, with our finance director, Michael Ventura, and
Mr. Ventura he's not a member. He'll just be an advisory.
an advisor, sorry, and Seacoast finance director, sorry.
And
Mayor Cook.
the mayor
Mayor
chair.
Cook, Chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll conduct a roll call.
That did not
Vice
come
Mayor
out
Pro
very
Tem
soon.
Hosta,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wheeler,
I hate this. When I don't agree with half of it, like I wanted to include them, you still have to. It's like.
Yes or no?
Back in there. So I'm for the audit committee, we have to do this for the audit committee, so I'm gonna have to say yay.
Mayor
But
Cook,
I'm sorry, guys, that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kulturnakis,
Yes.
Councilmember Halpern,
Aye.
unanimous, thank you.
And I'm happy we have.
Could I just, everyone's okay with adding the scope for controls evaluation
Oh,
recommendation?
Yeah.
I am,
Control
yes.
It's in recommendations, yes. It's gonna mention that and also with Seacoast and Happy Mike's gonna be on there. Is it Mike or Michael? Would you like to go by? Michael, okay.
Okay, we have the 2023 town events.
This staff just presented these, a proposed list of events for fiscal year 2023 to 2024. And we just want to know if it's okay to proceed with these events. Also, we're looking into possible options for Oktoberfest, in which we may bring in vendors that specialize in German cuisine, but we'll have more detailed information at a later date. So it's just if the council wants to entertain these events for the fiscal year 2023 to 2024.
I believe this is a simple one. Is everybody
Oh,
on board?
I'd like to bring back the Christmas by the Lake. We went back to the holiday parade, which was good the first year. And then I saw a big decline in people along the sidelines, and we were doing it for COVID. As I looked up, I didn't see a lot of people in the buildings. And I don't want to eliminate Christmas by the Lake for the holiday parade. I think Christmas by the Lake is a wonderful event for us every season. So I'd like to bring Christmas by the Lake back and not do the holiday parade. We had to do one or the other.
If I may make a recommendation, instead of Christmas by the Lake, possibly a holiday party. That way the Hanukkah and Christmas by the Lake are incorporated as one.
Yes, that would be
Yes,
fine
I
too.
think
Is that a
Yes.
consensus
Yeah.
to do a holiday party?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's great,
Yes.
Caitlin.
All the other events, okay?
I'm fine with them. And anyone else?
The only other question I have for everyone is the end of summer bash. It's August 17th. I know when we were holding the picnic for the town, it was in June. It was incredibly hot. We didn't get a lot of people. And so is that something we want to do August 17th, or do we want to move it to a different date? How does everybody feel about having an event and maybe not getting the turnout we would otherwise?
I question those. I don't know if I just missed something. Sorry, but those food truck events, I don't know if we should be having them.
So
What?
the end of summer bash right now, she's questioning about the date. Should we just move that date? Food trucks, because we didn't get there yet. So,
But that is food trucks. End
yeah,
of
she's
summer.
just questioning the date right now.
It's hot in August and
Yeah.
not a lot of people around. People go away for the summer. So the problem is if you try to move it, we have a September event, we have a October, November. So now we're past end of summer if you move it.
But I don't
And
think
August is still summer.
I don't think we've had, Caitlin, a summer event.
No,
Had the ice cream social.
this was just a
Went by the wayside,
proposal
right?
because there was a bit of a gap as to when the next events would take place. So it was just proposed. You don't have to proceed
I
with
would
that.
cancel it. I don't
I
know.
would
that we
too.
need it.
Okay, so just the
Not for cancel.
recommendations, consensus for all the other events except for the August and the summer bashes.
Yes.
I have one.
Yes.
Yes, and I need one more.
And are we keeping the food truck one in May?
Yes.
Yes.
The one that got rained out?
Elaine, I think you need Elaine, right?
Elaine, are you a
Oh,
third
yeah,
consensus?
that's fine.
Thank you. Okay. That's all for that item.
Roland.
That was quick.
We didn't, I don't think we had any public comment on that, did we?
No, I had it for number 16, the next one.
Yeah, sorry, Ann. There was no public comment on it.
Oh.
Number 16, the retirement party options for Matt and Joe.
So per the direction of council, staff compiled options for hosting the joint retirement party for former town manager LaBello and former finance director Przansky. The options were presented on this memorandum that staff sent to town council. Option 1 is an all-inclusive for up to 150 people, all-inclusive meaning that the venue, food, beverages, decor, service, et cetera is included. Option 2, the proposed cost for catering services is $3,400. However, that was only based off of 100 people and did not include beverages, decor, utensils, plates. Therefore, staff added an additional cost of $600 for that option. So that amount would not exceed $4,000 for that. Option 3 would include staff working the event, possible self-serve food stations, beverages, decor, and tableware, and the amount is based off of 150 guests.
So I'm going to start by saying that I believe that we're using taxpayer dollars to make these parties, that it should be a public picnic or some kind of public event. I'm not in favor of having an event that's exclusive for staff or exclusive for council. I was on the border of not even approving this. I know that there was a vote before in favor of the party and the bonus. But if this can't be a public party with public funds, then I'll make a motion to not have a party at all. And it's not a motion, but I'm just saying that that's what I would be prepared to do if this isn't a public party. We had the Tour de Force police event and we bought a brand new barbecue for that event. And it's a giant barbecue. Let's just have a big barbecue, a picnic. Everyone can say their farewells. I don't think a party at Frenchman's Creek or any of these other locations is appropriate with taxpayer dollars.
How much would you like to spend on that, Dee Dee? What do you think it will take?
I don't know. How much did the Tour de Force? I don't know. I don't know party pricing. Caitlin and Matt maybe know party pricing. I just don't feel that with public funds, we should be having a private party.
Yeah, I agree with Dee Dee. I would even suggest, why do we not sell tickets for that party? People who want to participate, every citizen here could just contribute and participate in the party. Not only 100 guests, I don't know how they would be selected, but anybody would come.
Is Matt here? Does he know what our budgets have been for some of the previous parties, or Caitlin, do you have any idea?
The budgets for just retirement parties?
No, for like Unite Out with for Crime. I mean, that would be more of a police foundation event, I guess.
Right, that would be Matthew that has that
And
information.
what about we could do it another food truck, where we
Well, I was just going to say that whatever we choose, I'm not for the Frenchman's Creek Beach Club option. The other two are town center, which would mean that they would be more open.
Except those only take into consideration.
So many
a certain-
guests.
You're right.
These are using a guest list. And I want the whole town to be on the guest list.
So what is the budget? That's the question. We need to be
don't-
able to.
And I don't know how
decide
to
that.
fund it. I'm just saying philosophically that and ethically, that's what I think is correct. I don't know how to fund it.
Does the council wish to take public comment at this time?
Do we have public comment?
Yes, I have John Steluto.
Evening, John Sluto, 401 Sunset Way. I'm going to ask you guys, how does this benefit the citizens of Juno Beach? You're spending my $5,000 on a party that I understand really isn't in the rules, that we don't even have to have a party. Two, the money for each person is based on the decades that they worked here. $1,000 for each decade, but we're paying them more. We're giving them the 5 years. That's not a decade. It's only 5 years. It should be 3,000 apiece. It should be 6,000. Even that, 6,000 for gifts. This is crazy. And 5,000 for a party of my money, and I don't get to go? How does this benefit the people of Juno Beach? It doesn't. It's a good old boy party to rub elbows with whoever they choose and whoever you guys are there, and you're all rubbing elbows and having a great time. And the citizens are over here, and we can't get crosswalks. We can't get sidewalks. Talk about 35 years I've been here. I can't wait another 35 years. Downtown, I've been waiting for downtown to go down in all the little shops and stuff. Didn't happen. Why? What have people been doing for 35 years? Yeah, we got benefit money stashed away, but the lake went to hell. Everything went to hell. And we're going to spend another $5,000 just to have a party on your buddies. That's wrong. You want to have a party and involve the town? You have a party for the retiring people with the town people involved. You have a picnic or you have a party, you ask who wants to go and you go. But you don't, this is a private good old boy thing, like the way this town has been run in the past. And I thought we're going in a different direction and we're not. We're staying the same.
Aldo Revere, your 3 minutes for public comment starts now.
Yeah, I'm working on a very deep delay of tape here. I think it must be the distance I'm from. So I'm just gonna say one thing. I guess I was in favor of the party being held if they want to hold it. But my concern is who's paying for it. And again, I come from a background, probably many of us who've retired in the past with government service. My government service, if people wanted to come to a party, the government didn't pay for it. They paid for it. So they would throw a party and say, here, the party is so much. If you want to invite friends, yes, we would cover those, family and things like that. But if you wanted to come to the party, the people that came would pay. So it wasn't as expensive, obviously, if they held it in whatever facility they thought they could hold it in. And it was open to anyone who wanted to come. And so I don't know, there's some discussion that has to be held on this. I don't like the idea of not having the party because this was something that's expected by these and others who we've had done it for in the past. So I don't like to treat, in this case, Joe or Matt any differently. But I do think for the future, at least, think about who's paying for it. As many are saying, it shouldn't be paid for by the public. It should be paid for by the people that are attending. And and I think that should be the way it should be done. But there's probably more thought about it for a later date. But at this point, I thought I was going to go for, look, if they want to have the party, do it. And if you want in the future, make some adjustment to it. Maybe for people that are coming in later as they come in to be employed now. But something has to be done. I think the people are right. If you're throwing up a party with public funds, the public should be invited.
And Basso?
I think Joe and Matt have dedicated 35 years of their lives to this town, and I was always in favor of a party for them. However, not if we're not invited. It's ridiculous. This is a town party. It's a town send-off. It's our money, and it needs to be, residents need to be included. I agree with John and with Alda.
Okay, well, you want to
Well,
speak? Big?
I was
Go
just
ahead.
going to offer some suggestions. You know, they're looking at a July 21st date, I think was one of the first dates that they chose. I'm trying to figure out how we can pull this off and get the numbers and get an idea of how much it would cost for us to have, like, maybe we do the glog that Matt, is it glog? It's glog, right? That he always did at his parties, and beer and wine and some appetizers, and it's all, everyone's invited is what I'm saying. You know, how much would that cost the town? Because I think we have to have some kind of a budget set up for that.
Well, I mean, like
No.
I said,
Guys,
you could
guys,
buy $5,000 worth of hot dogs and salads or something, you know.
I don't think it's going to cost that.
Who's gonna, the problem,
Wait,
the
guys.
problem with hosting something like that and having it open, number one, you don't have, I mean, you can sell tickets, I guess, and know how many you have coming, but who's gonna do the work? Who's gonna set up? I mean, that's gonna cost the town money as well. Anyway, but again, you have people setting up, cost for food, cost of staff time. And that's the other part of this too, is that, you know, this was something that was done, you know, yes, like it or not, it's just, it is what it is, and it's been done unofficially, but I don't believe that this is the time to change it.
So when do you suggest to change it? When are we
So,
changing
okay,
it?
so-
Next year?
guys, wait a second. I'm gonna put something out here. Dee Dee, would you like to put a motion to the floor
To have a public barbecue or none at all.
or a
No,
public?
well, that's what I said. If we can't reach a
public-
financial,
Public party. I mean, we can take these $4,000 or $5,000. I think it should cover it.
I think, a barbecue, our staff has worked other parties. This wouldn't be the first party that they've worked. I get it that it's nice to go to a catering facility and have people serve you. If we want to hire servers, I mean, I had a wedding, you hire people to serve. If that needs to be part of the budget, then you hire some servers so that staff doesn't have to do the work. And that can be a budget consideration.
I do just
3
want to
minutes are up.
let you guys all know that it was Matt's idea, the last option for the organized by staff and the cheaper cost. I mean, he is humble and it was his idea to go the
Then-
lower route with
then-
staff doing the work.
We did that tour de force barbecue and I thought, hot dogs, hamburgers, salads, chips, and, we call ourselves a small little town. Well, maybe we don't need to do a big fancy party. Let's just do a down home casual barbecue.
So because we are running
And
back on time.
The
so-
motion would be to have a public party, a party for Matt and Joe that's open to the public with a budget not to exceed $5,000. And it would be, a casual barbecue
Okay.
event.
Do we have a second? No one to second that?
No second. Mary Ann, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking. I'm
You're
thinking,
deep in thought.
it's still $5,000, right?
It's a lot of money, but either
It's,
we have.
It's still, the town would pay, the taxpayers would pay. It's the same $5,000, but now spread over
Mary
more
Ann?
people.
Marianne, so
I don't think it's gonna.
the conjecture I'm getting over here is it's not going to be $5,000. So that would be like the cap that she's putting on.
So it's up to, or we
Up
could say
to.
up to 4,000 or.
You
up to-
know, if there's a free party, many people will come and and $5,000 for everything included is not,
Well,
How
Marianne,
how
the-
many residents
The
usually?
question
show
here
up?
is, at this
Fees.
moment, yeah, I know, and there's less people this time of year. So the question, Marianne, though, is, well, it's not on you. If there's no second, we're moving on and we're going to select from the options and this fails. I happen to think it's a good idea, but that's
could
my.
be
just
substitute
think
motion.
about it. Let me just.
So how much have we spent?
How about the gifts? Are the gifts still on?
May I clarify that because there's no second, it fails as
I
discussion
think-
is taking
I
place.
think we're still discussing.
What are we still discussing? Just the party, the $5,000 for the
Correct.
party?
Just the-
A party for all? And council members are serving the food?
Sure, we can serve.
Why not? To do it. Yeah. No, okay.
So I have another suggestion. So some of the council members are going to be out. Can we change the date? What's the alternate date to July?
The alternate
they
date was
chose the
August 4th,
Excuse me?
August 4th.
Is anybody would,
Will you be
because
out?
that gives us more time to
Um,
plan?
No, I'll be back, but unfortunately I'm already booked on August 4th.
Oh, any other options? How about the
I
food
have a
truck? On
business meeting.
August 17th, we could have it on the food truck night.
Well, the August events were canceled by
Canceled.
council. So.
That
and I
leaves
also
it open for a
received-
barbecue.
I received a last minute public comment. I don't know if council wants to take that.
Sure, you may speak. You're gonna have to make it quick because we're.
Make it real
move
quick, because
through.
I've used, I don't know if you ever heard of McCrae's Barbecue. They have the best food in the world. I've used them 100 times. I just looked at their schedule. So you can get a tray of pulled pork or a tray of baked beans or those types of things that serves 40 to 50 people per full tray. You're talking about $50 for the beans, $170 for the pulled pork. When I just did the quick math, it's like $2,500 for 200 people. If you have 200 people at this, I'd be surprised, that type of thing. So you could probably pull this off for $3,000, $2,500, $3,000 to
Just be
hire
on
somebody
board.
like McCrae's Barbecue. And then have them do the work. They come, they have little buns and they do a great job. They do the setup. They come back and clean it up.
There was also a paella
suggestion.
station that we had out here. I don't know if anybody remembers the paella station that we had. That
I
was
just
a
want to,
really
I want to
good
keep
idea.
people moving here
So
because
I'll
we're
do
running up on
another
a clock.
motion. I'll do a
Well,
motion
So,
to.
Mary Ann,
had a
I had a motion and
Oh.
we're still in that motion, I think.
No, discussion took place, the motion
know,
failed
I-
for lack of a
Motion-
second.
Okay, so the motion failed. So we need a
I
motion.
was thinking,
So I'll make a motion that we have a public party not to exceed, let's say, $3,500. Can we do it within that?
that's the same thing.
No,
That-
she said
that's what I
5,000.
said. What?
5,000. That was 5,000.
Okay, then I'll change my
I have
motion.
a hard time. Okay, that's
I'm
fine.
changing my motion
Guys,
to
guys,
It's fine.
it-
You can
it's,
make
it's
the
fine.
motion.
You want to-
change the motion if that's more amenable to everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, no, please,
Do we
please go
have a
ahead.
budget that we know that we generally spend when we do these barbecue type parties or?
The finance director would know, Matt.
And where is he?
Matt,
I
come
didn't.
down. Matt, come back.
How about the new one?
Okay,
Would you
guys,
know
guys, I think we should make a decision here because we're
Okay.
coming up on the clock.
Well, I
To
have,
say up to $4,000.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I second.
All right. Have a vote.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem Hosta,
Yes.
Councilmember Kocher-Nakis,
Yes.
Councilmember Halpern,
I,
Vice Mayor Wheeler,
Yes.
Mayor Cook.
Aye. Okay, discussion on Kagan Park playground equipment. You know what, let me stop something here, because this one could go on a little bit. Should we?
It's up to you. I don't know if it
Well-
could go on for, there's 3 questions I need answered and.
So do we have a bunch of staff and comments that could come up here? No, you guys are quiet?
They don't have.
Just
any
the event
seconds.
dates, that was it.
Okay, and so you have a couple of items?
Yeah, so on the Kagan Park, we were originally going to present you with an authorization to pursue a grant. However, when we learned that we couldn't do the FERDAP grant till the next cycle, which would push this out to 2025, we understood that that's probably not going to be the desire of the council. So we gave you several funding options there. My recommendation is that we fund it in the fiscal year 2024 cycle out of surtax funding. That's only 3 months away. And so we take this next 3 months and we start doing the planning of what that playground equipment is going to look like. It's up to the council if you want us to engage with a citizens group to determine the pieces of the playground equipment. And then as far as the selection of the vendor, you have a couple of options there. Option 1 is we go out for an RFP and get the RFP results. The selection of the pieces of equipment, if you authorize us to use the citizen group, would be written into the RFP. You know, we want 2 slides and monkey bars and swings and whatever else. The RFP results would come back. The selection committee would make a recommendation to council and council would choose whichever of those recommended vendors. The other option is that the council can direct with a particular company. So if like you could pick Compan without going through the RFP process or some other vendor. I don't believe that the citizens group can pick the vendor based on purchasing policy requirements.
So I'm just going to take 5 seconds to say real quick. I do think we should do the RFP. I do think we should work it into the budget. And I do support the citizens committee.
And I'm just going to say, I think the staff should engage with the citizen group. We should do the RFP. It's part of our town's purchasing policy, so that should absolutely happen, but I agree. We should engage with the citizen group.
As I said before, I'm also in favor of a citizen group committee. And I would like to, not only think of the playground, because the park is used by other people, by people, adults playing bocce, by teenagers playing basketball, by children in the playground, and by beachgoers in the parking lot. So we have to really accommodate all of them. So I think, there should be a plan to incorporate all these facets of that one park into a final vision. And I think it shouldn't be done piecemeal. We buy a slide for here and we do some kind of garden for here and a shade for there. It should be an entire plan. And I think there has to be a professional to do that
And Marianne,
under the guidance or with the help of a committee.
that was part of what I mentioned earlier with the Kagan Park. And at the last meeting, we discussed, perhaps a consensus, and I thought we had it, but I think that's what we need to do. We need to move forward maybe at the next meeting with upgrading the park, Kagan Park, the landscaping, everything. So totally agree. We should
Sorry.
move
There
forward.
was a consensus at the last meeting to have staff gather options from Compan in an amount not to exceed 225,000. Staff is in the process of working on that. Does council wish to proceed with that consensus or move on to this new
I think
process?
RFP.
Yeah, I think they need to work with the citizen group and then move on to the RFP after that. So we know what the playground equipment, what they're requesting for playground equipment, because that's families that are coming in that have an understanding of what the equipment needs are. I think that price could change a little bit as well.
So that's a consensus to not work with Compan at this time.
Well, hold on. I think
happy
we,
to
I
work
think
with
we
them.
should have Compan give us, an
Well, they would
idea.
Fees, I would think.
That's what I would think also. If
Correct.
we have an RFP, Compan can prepare that proposal for the RFP.
Right.
So if I may, I've tried to explain that with an RFP, if you have apples to apples, if you have air conditioning units, it's really easy to put forth a project and give a quote. If you're dealing with playground equipment, that's like saying, let's buy a car. Well, what kind of car do you want? Do you want a Ford Escape or do you want a Rolls Royce? You have completely different types of vehicles to get you from point A to point B. So the last meeting, there was a consensus. All 5 of you said, yes, please move forward with working with Compan. They were the preferred vendor that council had selected for the fitness equipment to match and have a uniform park with the same type of look. So after that last meeting, I did reach out to the Compan rep. I indicated what council's directive was, which was a consensus to move forward with her design. She's working on that right now. It's understood that there would be new surfacing. So that was about a $50,000 give or take line item. We could certainly work with a community group on the design if that's what council would like to do. But at this point, Compan has been notified and they're working on proposals. We're just trying to figure out how to pay for it. But doing an RFP is difficult with playground equipment because you have such different manufacturers, different looks.
So here's the rub, I guess. So I did go to a resident citizens presentation last night from another, I guess, competitor to Compan. How do we make the playing field fair for other companies or company that wants to potentially participate in getting our business? So it's a matter of, I mean, obviously council can choose whatever we want.
Sure.
So they certainly had good things to present, and I understand the apples to apples. So we would have to say, well, we want a unified structure. We want 2 slides. I mean, would we have to specify what we want?
You
Or do
don't
we
get-
specify a price and just let them, work within that price frame to make a presentation?
So you wouldn't get into the details of the design. I mean, you allow the playground specialist
Right. So
to
so
come
this
up
is,
because they take a look at the area. They're going to have their creative design folks putting forth a proposal with the budget. If you wanted to have another vendor, I suppose you could open it up to have somebody come and do a presentation, but you've already selected a preferred vendor based on other, options. So
but did we make a motion to absolutely use them, or did we, it was?
yes, that
we-
was
That was the motion?
at
I
the
didn't
last
think we made a
meeting, it
motion.
was-
Thought back when I had.
It's in
yeah.
Kagan's meeting minutes.
It's consensus.
So, I mean, I would like, I think it would be, the other company had some advantages. I don't know if Compan has those advantages. I would want to hear from both. I would want to hear from, I
So
mean,
I
I
guess
would
as
be
a-
open to a presentation to council or, and, I don't know. I just think that we should be more objective, maybe.
That could be an alternative then if you define possibly which companies you would want to have come and do a presentation. That would be an option, but to put it out for just a general RFP, I don't know.
That's
that
too
that
broad.
Would be, it might be too broad.
Do it all the time.
Why don't we set up a budget?
Wait, just have to text.
Yeah,
Why can't you do it?
Okay, so
yeah.
What
You
did
could.
he?
he
what'd
thinks
you
we
say?
should do the RFP.
Oh.
I think if they give us their best product, we have to dictate what playground equipment we would want them to put in, and that would be
Yeah.
part of the staff and.
We have public comments. I don't know if.
And
council
also,
wants
I
to
just
take
want to
them.
say one thing. We also,
Uh,
with
Before you start, Ann, let
with the
Dee Dee finish.
committee of citizens, what are the dynamics for that? Are they working in an advisory? Is it formal, informal? You know, I know North Palm did the Anchorage Park
Ad hoc.
playground. How did
They
that
did.
work? You know, I would
They-
need
they
to know about
paid
the
back.
mechanics. of-
They used ARC.
They actually use the other company that's interested in
Exactly.
bidding. Yeah.
So wait, Anne, before you start, so, I think it should be an ad hoc committee, that they have the ability to just go to the staff to David and give
Oh,
their
sunshine.
opinion.
Well,
Yeah,
if- Council is essentially.
Because I think the thing is they want to, brainstorm and work together. So we're going to have to define but maybe that's for another meeting.
yeah.
We're short on time, so
So just throw this out there. So we went through many vendors. We came to Comptan for the adult equipment, correct? Okay, so we chose them for that. I'm assuming that if we chose them for that, we did it for a reason. Their quality, their product was good, whatever. We already have them lined up to give us an estimate and an idea for this amount of money. What can you give us? I think we let them come with that idea. Then we bring in our citizens with, okay, what do you guys like about this? What you don't like about this? Let's work together. They're just giving input. They're not sunshine law
Well, maybe you
restricted
should
then.
just workshop it and that might be.
Right, workshop it after we get the product in from Compan, because let's keep it apples with apples. I mean, I don't want to have this equipment. I'm not saying the other company's bad, but this equipment and then, another one that we have to deal with double
well, just
maintenance and
before we get cut off here, I have to give the public comment and we're tight on time. So Ann, if you can go as fast as possible.
Sitting here listening to is Andrea says these companies working on it. Are we gonna have another $50,000 like we had on the event center thrown down that we owe somebody for doing plans when it isn't approved by council? That's number one. Number
It
two,
was
aren't
approved
y'all
by council.
required to get bids from more than one company?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
This
You
looks
can
like
waive
it's, listening
didn't
to
spend-
Andrea just now sounded like this is it. We're on our way.
we gave her permission to look into it and come back to us with ideas for this amount of money.
I went to that thing yesterday on the recreation department and it was impressive. The other,
Not
and
saying-
that company does, I think they use North Palm Beach,
Yeah.
they do the school boards.
So we can
The stuff
look
we
at-
have out here is junk.
So can we do RFP after
Beverly Guy Bell.
we get Compan in?
Oh, we still have public comment. Just give it a second, Elaine. Please go as fast as possible, Beverly. We're short on time.
451 Olympus Drive. I'm curious, what is the status of the Compan thing? Because we had a workshop about the Kagan Park and then it seemed like nobody wanted the equipment or we wanted it in other places. And I'd like to ask the audience and you, who works out in the park? Does anybody?
We're not gonna.
Raise your hand.
Beverly, you can't really do that.
Well, anyway, and I think it's kind of a waste and we wanted to consider putting the equipment in other places. That's number one. And you really didn't listen to us, Andrea, when we had that workshop. That was my perception. And last night we did have a presentation by a company and it was very, very impressive. And I strongly suggest that you consider a proposal from them and it looked fabulous.
So
with the kiddie
I am going to respond to this real quick and just state that there was a vote on the exercise equipment. It did pass. So that's a done deal. That's dead. So we're working on the playground now. So I just want, that's clear. There was a vote. It did pass. And Elaine, would you like to continue? Okay.
I would just like to get proposals from the two different companies and whether or not it's before the citizens weigh in on it, or after the citizens weigh on it, we can discuss the process, but I would like to see something from the other company as well.
I would like to as well. I mean, the other company did all the turf work for the breakers. And that is probably one of the hardest contracts to get, period. And so I was kind of impressed with just that.
And the
So I
playground.
don't
too.
believe that because Compan's working on it, she can't just hold tight until we get the citizen group meeting with the staff, understanding what playground equipment we need, and then she can go back to pricing it for us, and then we can get the price from the other company as well, and they can do their best.
Closer to
So,
the microphone,
yeah.
please.
A workshop
Good
where they
idea.
each do a presentation.
You know, I
of
think a
what
good,
their proposed design is.
I think a good idea would be, we have a budget, we say, I don't know, 150,000, we give it to each of the companies and say, what can you do for this money? And we compare it. I mean, that would be apples to apples, dollar to dollar.
Jacob, we're so short on time. I'm sorry, I can't give the
When
comment.
do we want to do the workshop? Do you want to get a date on that?
I think the workshop is a good idea, and I think we should do the citizens committee as well.
Want to
And
do
we're
it in
short on time,
August?
So
It-
it's
early
gonna have to be in
July or-
August.
When are you away? Starting when?
I'm gone on well, I'm basically gone the 6th.
And David, you're away?
Yeah.
From when to when?
Till the 10th,
And what? Say that again?
to the 10th.
So,
I'm getting in his luggage. I can't
So
afford to take it.
What about,
I think,
right.
I think we should do it, we should set up a workshop in August and ask the two groups to
And
to
that'll
bring
give
in
them
something.
time to prepare. something.
And we should have the citizens can come in, say their piece, and then we can form the committee after that.
So we could do it
do it
towards,
close on somewhere around August 21st that week? Is that possible? I
I mean,
know it's
I'm-
the week of council, but
I'm fairly fine with that.
the week of August 21st.
yeah.
That's okay.
Can you quickly do the next item?
Yeah. So
Okay.
are we all good with that? Can we have consensus on that?
So the consensus is
before
to
the
have a
council meeting.
workshop on 3 options provided by 3 different vendors.
No.
I
Two-
think we just
two
have the two. It's-
Okay, and on August 21st. Okay.
And
All right, sometime that week. Do you want to set a date? You want to do it before the council meeting? Like
No,
3
I
o'clock?
think those workshops before the council meeting, that's just too much. I'd like to do it on a different day, and we can really
21st?
focus on one item at a time.
The
Those
21st.
doubled up meetings aren't effective.
Monday, August 21st, starting at 3 o'clock.
That's good for me.
I can't be here. So.
Well,
it's
what
awful, but,
date do you need? A different time or a
that-
different?
No, that week is fine for me, but the back half of the week. So the 24th or 25th would be perfect.
And when's the council meeting?
It's the 23rd
We have,
We could do it at, I don't know.
or the week
if it's a
before.
rush.
August
23rd.
16th is available as well.
August 16th works fine for me.
I'm not.
I
gonna
can
be
do
here.
that.
Okay, you're out.
Yeah. So if everyone's here on the 24th or 25th,
How's the 24th, 25th for everyone?
I can do that.
August 24th at 3 PM.
We don't want
Yeah.
to do the 23rd right before the meeting? You're not.
I,
doing that?
I.
I just don't like
I
those
like it.
piled up workshops where we're here from 3 till 10. I'd rather do the other dates.
Yeah, but
I'm on for the 24th. I'm good.
that's 2. I need one more in favor for the 24th. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
We can do this.
All right. So let's
Sea
get
turtle
to
lights.
our last item, the sea turtle friendly
Do it-
streetlights.
I would rather move it to the next agenda rather than rush it through tonight.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Is that a consensus
If
or a
everybody's
motion?
comfortable with that, we can do that.
A motion
Yes.
to move it to the July meeting?
July meeting.
That's
Is
good.
there a second?
You good with that?
Yep, yep, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Is
So-
it, she made a motion. Is there a second?
We need a second.
To move the sea
Okay,
turtle.
so we
light.
have a second. Aye.
Aye.
Marianne, are you in favor?
So we are
Thank you.
coming down to the end here. Comments, if you have any.
Yeah, so unfortunately, this probably will invoke a lot of conversation, but I just want to let you know that the Historic Society has formed its own Florida nonprofit corporation, and they're applying for their federal 501 status. With that, I would like for them to kind of be separated from the town for all intents and purposes as it relates to the historic preservation of the artifacts and so forth. They can pick the curator and so forth, and we can maintain housing the artifacts here.
Oh, well, if they're already in the process, then
I'm fine
so
with
be
that.
it.
I'm fine with
Good.
that.
Yeah.
Yes.
As long as the town retains control of the artifacts that it has in its possession.
Yeah, I mean, they're here in the
That, the-
towns.
They
yeah,
stay there, stay here.
okay.
Do we have anything else? No,
Not from
Staff,
staff,
no,
no.
no staff, nothing?
Attorney?
Chief?
No. We don't have
All right.
King Tut's
Attorney?
jewels.
Oh, I was just gonna let y'all know that Senate Bill 250, the one that prohibits the new LDRs, was finally presented to the governor on Monday, and he has till Friday apparently to act on it. So as soon as something happens, I'll let y'all know.
I believe that's it, right?
Introduce
3
Michael.
minutes to
We-
spare.
Do we have something else?
Introduce Michael.
Oh, did you?
Michael.
Michael
already
Ventura,
spoke.
our new
Michael
finance
Ventura,
director,
new
but he didn't
finance director.
speak, so you just say a quick hi.
Mayor, council, it's a pleasure meeting you all. Look forward to working with you all. It's a pleasure to be here, working under town manager Dias. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think that's adjournment with a minute and a half to go.